Yeah, please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Buenos días. Bon dia. Good morning. Welcome to Chile. Welcome to Santiago. It's a great pleasure to have you all here for this wonderful ICPC 2025-26 Latin America Championship in Santiago, Chile, hosted by Universidad Católica e Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María. I'm Carlos Ferreira Carlinhos, and it's a pleasure for me to be your host here today. And I would like also to recognize some authorities that are here present for our opening ceremony. Señor Juan Carlos de la Llera Martín, rector de Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Señor Juan Yus Eisman, rector de Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María. Señor Bill Poacher, Mr. Bill Poacher, Dr. Bill Poacher, Executive Director of the ICPC. Mario Ponce Azevedo, vicerrector académico de la Universidad Católica. María Montt Istrabucchi, vicerrectora de Asuntos Internacionales de la Universidad Católica. Paula Aguirre Aparicio, vicerrectora de Inteligencia Digital de la Universidad Católica. Loreto Valenzuela Rödiger, decana de Escuela de Ingeniería de la Universidad Católica. Juan Echeverría Vial, director de Admisión de Vinculación Escolar de la Universidad Católica. Valeria Helskovic Maida, directora del Departamento de Ciencia de la Computación de la Universidad Católica. María José Escobar Silva, directora general de Vinculación con el Medio de Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María. Lidia Dröge Müller, directora de Asuntos Internacionales de la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María. Alejandro Leiva, subgerente de Santiago MIS Bureau o MICE Bureau de la Corporación General de Desarrollo Gobierno de Santiago. Mario Inostroza Ponta, representante del directorio de Sociedad Chilena de Ciencias de la Computación. And now I'd like to call to the stage Federico and Christian.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Santiago, welcome to Chile, and welcome to the 2026 Latin America Championship. First of all, congratulations on being here. You are the best 44 teams taken out of more than 3,000. Congratulations. It is truly exciting to welcome you. I hope that during your stay, you will create memories that you will carry with you for the rest of your lives. I wish you the very best of luck in the contest. And now I would like to thank the host institutions, like Carliño said, Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María. I would also like to acknowledge the support of the Chilean Computer Science Society. The local government of Santiago. Of course, ICPC Foundation. And our two global sponsors, Huawei, ICPC Diamond Multi-Regional Sponsor. And JetBrains, ICPC Global Sponsor Programming Tools.
Hi, everybody. Actually, I'm very happy for you to be here. For us, it's like a dream to have you all on board this ICPC LATAM Championship 2026. I also want to continue to thank our local sponsors. First, I will thank Nubank, ICPC Latin America Championship Platinum sponsor. I want to thank also Agenda Pro, ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor. A big applause for Canals AI, ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor. Thank you very much. Also, our partner from very long, Synopsis, ICPC Latin America Championship Silver sponsor. Also very important, Book ICPC Latin America Championship Silver sponsor, and sponsor of the arcade you have on the chill zone. Also, I want to thank Banco Itaú, ICPC Latin America Championship Silver sponsor. Let's thank also Nick Chile, ICPC Latin America Championship Bronze sponsor. Magister en Tecnología de Información, ICPC Latin America Championship Bronze sponsor from Universidad Católica. And finally, Mindfree, ICPC Latin America Championship Bronze sponsor. I also would like to thank, well, you see Federico, you see Carliños, you see you see me, but there's a lot of people that have been working for this event to be successful. I want to thank, well, me, but not so important. I want to thank also Carla Gallardo, ICPC Latin America Championship Director of Logistics. Big applause, lots of work. Federico Mesa, of course, our Latin America Director of Contest. Federico, thanks. Carlos Ferreira, Latin America Deputy Director of Contest, Brazil Regional Contest Director, our animador from Universidad de Sao Paulo. Also, Professor Andrea Vázquez from Universidad Federico Santa María. Thank you, Andrea. And Ignacio Muñoz from Universidad Católica. He has been a contestant, world finalist, coach. He's been all the roles on ICPC, and now he helps us organizing the contest. Thank you very much, Ignacio. You know, many people have worked with us when we first organizing this contest. When Federico told to me we should have a Latin American contest, I thought, no, you're nuts. We cannot do that. But 3 years later, we're here, and we're very happy to have you here. I want to remember a person who was with us in the beginning, but unfortunately, he's no longer with us. I want to thank a big applause for Alejandro Sasso. He was our ICPC technical leader for several years. He left us so early, and I want to thank from all my heart and all for the heavens. Thank you very much, Alejandro. We do this for you, and I know that you will be very happy. You will be complaining to me all the time, but you will be very happy with us. So thank you so much, Alejandro.
Oh, amigo. Gracias. Gracias, Federico. Gracias, Christian. So now we're going to ask el rector de la Universidad Católica, de Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, doctor Juan Carlos de la Llera Martín. Doctor.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. There you go. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to join the greetings already offered. A very warm welcome to Chile, to Santiago, and most especially to our university, Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, also known as PUC. In a world marked by geopolitical tensions, gatherings like this carry special significance. Being assembled as an academic community from so many different countries, united by knowledge, talent, and the willingness to collaborate, sends a powerful message. International cooperation through science, technology, and knowledge remains a source of hope. It is a true honor for our university, together with Universidad Técnico Federico Santa Maria, to host this Latin American Championship of the International Collegiate Programming Contest ICPC 2026. Hosting the contest in Chile, the third country in the region to do so after Mexico and Brazil, is a tremendous responsibility. Over the coming days, our campus welcomes 186 students from 17 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, nearly 70 academic leaders, and 2 guest teams from Carnegie Mellon University. These students represent excellence, perseverance, and creativity, bringing teamwork and innovation to solve complex algorithmic problems. You're here not only to compete, but to demonstrate how ingenuity, discipline, and collaboration shape the future. Programming is more than coding. It is a universal language and a structured form to transform with creativity complex challenges into elegant solutions. In confronting the demanding global problems, talent like the one gathered here today is essential. I wish to acknowledge Professor Christian Rus, National Director of this competition, whose own achievements in this contest reflect the demanding path we have followed from local efforts to international distinction. We're also grateful to William Poucher, Executive Director of ICPC Global, and to the distinguished academic leaders joining us here today. This meeting is already a success. It shows that when universities, countries, students, and scholars collaborate, we build a community that transcends borders and raises standards for all. Compete with rigor, generosity, and a spirit of cooperation. Chile welcomes you with admiration. PUC welcomes you with pride. May this experience inspire bold ambitions and multiple collective achievements. Welcome. Let this celebration of Latin America talent begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. De La Vera. And now, our co-host, the director of the Universidad Técnica Federico Santa Maria, Dr. Juan Yus Eisman.
Morning. Hello, everybody. As you probably noticed, rectors, we are supposed to be much more serious than other people, so sorry about that. I'd like to give you a very warm welcome to this 2026 Latin American University Programming Championship, a competition that is among the oldest and most prestigious programming championship in the world. We are here today for a competition that goes far beyond programming. It's an exceptional learning environment to develop the essential skills for today's world: creativity to tackle complex problems, the ability to solve problems under pressure, also learning how to manage frustration, and above all, is for building teamwork. These are precisely the skills we try to teach and develop in our students as higher education institutions. Academic excellence, collaboration, and the commitment to face current and future challenging problems for the society. Moreover, bringing together these more than 40 Latin American teams, hundreds of students and academics, some of which will go from Chile to the World Final in Dubai, clearly shows that in our region, we have the talent and ambition required for the future. Additionally, organizing this event with Pontificia Universidad Católica and the Chilean Computer and Science Society also shows the power of collaboration and a recognition of the sustained work our communities have done in computer science and competitive programming. I would like to highlight and to thank all the team and volunteers and the people that have made this event possible, who also have shared their time, energy, and enthusiasm, the most powerful sign of what we can achieve when we collaborate. Sorry about that. Lock screen, yeah. Who have shared the time, energy, and enthusiasm, the most powerful sign of what we can achieve when we collaborate toward a common objective. In a world where many technical decisions are made remotely, where we are all full of instant messages and virtual meetings, here we see a community that gets together, engages new people, and contributes to build the future from closeness and conviction. We also deeply value the ICPC's commitment to promote the participation of more women in computer science. Technological development will only be truly transformative if it incorporates more perspective and more diversity. Finally, I would like to encourage you to enjoy these days in Chile, in Santiago. I hope you maybe find the time to visit Valparaiso or some other bits of our country. And we hope this experience will open the door for many of you to consider to come back to Chile, who knows, for your postgrad studies, for work, or simply for another nice visit. Thank you very much, and welcome to the ICPC LATAM Championship 2026.
Thank you very much, Dr. Youth. And thank you very much for all the both host institutions for making this great party. And now I would like to invite to the stage the Executive Director of the ICPC, President of the ICPC Foundation, Mr. Will Poulter.
Well, when I was your age, sometimes I would lecture in a room like this. However, we didn't have the technology that we have today, so we developed lung power. I want you to know, oh, good, a device here. I laugh about that. I think the reason we didn't have the technology was that a microphone like this, when I was your age, cost as much as a car. And of course, it had to be hooked up to something that had to be hooked up to something that worked. And so it was simply better to have smaller classes and ample lung power. Well, first of all, it's such an honor to be here. It's such an honor to be a part of the academic community, a part of your lives as we work together to build communities that benefit our neighbors. You see, we are part of a long-standing community, a part of a commitment that we can learn, that we can share, that we can build, that we can improve, that we can engage in building a world that brings a smile periodically to the lips of our author, okay? And what I've decided to do today, okay, you want, okay, can everybody see that there? Ah, good. Is to give you just a little bit of the history of the ICPC community. Because from time to time, I'm asked, what is the position of the ICPC, as though we were an organization or an entity that, that had someone empowered to speak on behalf of that entity on issues outside of the scope of the entity. You see, but we're not. We're a community. We're a community that has a focus, and a community that's aware of the fact, given the results of DNA, okay, scientifically from the 50s, and giving the history of the writings that go back to antiquity, that we are part of a community of 8 billion cousins on planet Earth. And it's our job for people to look at us and see us as family Earth. Family that cares, family that builds. So let me go ahead and switch and just say that I have a lot of slides here. We're going to go through them quickly, I promise you. But I wanted them to be part of the presentation because sometimes you don't have the leadership of your university with you, and it's important to share the nature of who we are and what we're trying to do as part of the university mission. And the first thing is that as a community, we operate in accordance with the ICPC Code of Ethics and Overview. And so if you do a Google search or a Chat GPT search or whatever for that, you'll find a document that's relatively short. It just simply describes who we are as a community and how we operate. You see, effectively, we're a global, whoa, I don't know why that happened there. Effectively, we're a global academic guild, yep, that builds mission-critical digital community builders. University builds the builders of community. That's what we do. Yeah. Interestingly enough, when I became a young faculty member at Baylor, I was given a book with over 200 pages of rules. And but by a provost who said he'd never read it either, but he had an obligation to give it to me. And I said, okay, that sounds good. And he basically said, you know, if you follow the golden rule and care about your colleagues, everything will be fine. I said, great. You see, but sometimes we have obligations, right? Because you see, we're a community within communities. So we have to know what's on the inside and what's on the outside and what the relationships are. And so those are very important because they help define that relationship. But we're a principle-driven, value-based, activity-centered global community of and for the universities of the world. Yep. And our participation has grown by 20 times in 30 years. Amazing. And our mission is very simple. The ICPC is the premier global platform for academia, industry, and community to shine the spotlight on you. Got this? Yeah. And to raise the aspirations of you, the next generation of computing professionals, as you pursue excellence in solving problems and building services that benefit your neighbors together. You hear about something called the Golden Rule. Do unto others, right? Do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. In other words, set the example, not conditions for behavior. Yeah, not only do we need to do that, but we need to build instruments that allow that to be done gracefully for our neighbors, and that's what we do. Our motto is almost as old as Chile. Almost. And it is Equitas Actionem Regula. And what does it mean? Well, it's an interesting thing about Latin, because when you translate it, you need to translate it into the meaning of the language of the moment, because words change. For instance, equitas, if you translated it to equity, means something different than it meant when it was first stated. Equity now in the United States is a percentage of ownership in something, okay? But equity, when this was stated, was fair play, okay? And actionem is still the same, actions. And regula has changed, because regula meant to govern yourself, whereas regula now is linked to regulations that sometimes are imposed upon us. Now, we would embrace it if we were offered it compared to the alternatives. But sometimes we shortcut ourselves, you see, by insisting on what would be done joyfully within a community. So yes, what does it mean? Let fair play govern our actions together. You see, we don't have to be governed because we govern ourselves. We only need to be governed when the complexity of the matter is such that it requires, you see, governance. Isn't that amazing? Yes, and it makes life so much simpler, because then we have time to use our eyes and our ears and our hearts to be aware of the needs around it. And because we're computer scientists, because we're software engineers, because we're problem solvers, we like to build a system that benefits our neighbors by solving the problem. It's that simple. And sometimes that hard. So, what are our principles? Well, our principles, because we're a community, are very simple. We put people first. We're about people. We're about community. We practice goodwill. And we follow the Golden Rule. And as a result of that, the doors are open to all in universities on this planet to compete, you see, in the ICPC. To compete so that they can become prepared to build stronger communities that work together to the benefit of your neighbors. It's that simple, and it's that hard, and it's been going on for a couple of thousand years, okay? And it'll go on for a couple of other thousand years, but we are in the Renaissance period of the digital millennium. There's going to be 1,000 years of advancement. The question is, how long will that take? In the world that we live in, because today, the physicists are still right. I can only sit in one place at a given time. But in the digital world, I can be anywhere that the digital world reaches that accepts me. And so the other day, I was in a meeting, and I told everybody I was really glad to be in Armenia, except I was in Waco. It just was that most of the people were in Armenia, except, oh, the one in Paris and the one in Toronto, and, oh, that's right, the one that was in Alexandria, and, the one that was in Singapore. Come to think of it, I only remember 2 people who actually were in Armenia, and I don't know whether they were actually in Armenia at the time. So the world is changing, academia is changing, but our purpose is eternal. It's about growth, it's about bringing life to life, and you are the most important people in the world, in our world, because in you we have hope and assurance of continued growth of community. What I'm saying is, do you have some responsibilities? Yeah, but you've got the greatest cheerleaders in the world, the universities of the world, rooting you on. Because guess what? All of you are alumni of universities, and you're also ICPC alumni. You just joined 500,000 people in the information age who built most of the company's technologies in this world. Now, you're going to hear about artificial intelligence because it's real, because it's important, and it's as important as higher level languages were when I used to have to do assembly level language. I was able to go up a level, get a lot more done, but I had to have the capacity to drill down to the bedrock of things to make sure that mission critical things got the job done. Because you build mission critical systems. People's lives depend on it. Community depends on it. And so it's important for you to go that extra step, not only to be aware of what is happening around you, but to be a performer. They can perform at the highest levels, on teams. You see, because the 3 dimensions of your opportunity in your life to come are going to be determined by what you can do with others, and who knows about it. So the shining of the spotlight on you and on the universities, and the universities' spotlight on you, industry's spotlight on you, community's spotlight on you, is to give you the greatest possible opportunity to build systems that benefit your neighbors together. And probably the most important word in that whole sentence is together. So let me go ahead and just show you, oh my goodness, so there's our culture, promote regional integrity, provide global coordination, our policy. Oh yes, at Baylor it was 200 pages, it's probably 400 pages now, it's online somewhere and someone read it, I'm almost certain. But yes, just keep it simple. The other is serve, don't rule. You can ask me what my opinion about something is because I play a certain role, but I can tell you, well, my opinion I've sacrificed, you see, because you see, I have a role to play, and I would love to tell you about ICPC and of the universities and of the world that we live in and our commitment to grow together and be of benefit to our neighbor. But I have 8 billion cousins who could specialize in other areas and get other problems taken care of that may be actually of greater immediate need in the moment. But we don't sacrifice our future and our children because of the needs of the moment. Rather, we solve the problems that are caused by the needs of the moment to lift up you and those that you will lift up. And so our principles: put people first, practice goodwill, follow the golden rule, and come to grandma's house. Yep, the ICPC is based on come to grandma's house, where you will have unlimited, I'm sorry, not unlimited, but unconditional affection. Got that? But there are a lot of you, so you have to compete for attention. Okay, it's just the way it is when grandma's got lots and lots of family, right? So extend unconditional affection. And then, most important, within healthy bounds and need, solve the solvable problems, resolve the issues we must, and leave the rest to who? Our 8 billion cousins. Don't get in their way, help them, okay? And then finally, and there's the last one there that's being covered up a little bit, build trust and grow strong by resolving conflicts locally and directly. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a long-term conflict gain strength and almost a spirit of its own when it could have been put to rest by a single phone call when the matter came up in the first place among the parties. And that is a problem and a challenge that antiquity tells us occurred thousands of years ago. And they also told us what the solution is. The solution? The golden rule in setting an example, okay, unconditionally, and something else called the royal rule, to love your neighbor as yourself. Got it? So this one here, are we problem solvers? Yeah, we are. So when we see a problem, okay, if we see conflict, if we see dysfunction, is that a problem? Yeah, but we use the tools that we need to use to solve those problems together. Because the strongest relationship you'll ever have is a relationship with a friend that has had some testing done to it. And together, you resolved the conflict and you grew stronger than you were when you simply trusted them because you know they're trustworthy. You see, there's an old proverb. There's an old proverb that says there are friends who are stronger than your brothers and sisters in their care for you. And there are other friends that number your days. We want you to be friends of the first type by choice, because problem solvers are naturally friends of the first type. So anyway, there they are. Sorry, just got one page. There's some other things. Oh, our scope: attract as many students as possible, attract as many colleges and universities as possible, draw from as many geographical regions of the world as possible, strive for competitive contests, involve industry and community, and shine the spotlight on students, maintain and support the volunteer base. Now, why do we use that? Well, because when we look at things and we want to improve, we ask, okay, does it, how does that apply to the goals? And if it applies, then we do it, and if it doesn't, we don't. There's another little thing that we do. Sometimes people ask me for permission. That's weird, but it does happen because I have a title. I don't know. Okay, you know what I tell them? Okay, the answer, the answer to your question is going to be answered with 3 questions. And here are the 3 questions. And if the answers are yes, yes, and yes, you'll know what the answer is to your request. The first is, do you want to be happy? Yes. What?
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to be happy together? Yes. Okay. Is it in scope and doable? Well, what are we waiting for? We just go do that. We're university folks, right? That's our job. So anyway, so that's about it. So there's a few more things in here, a few more numbers in there. 500,000 ICPC alumni? Sure. How about OpenAI? Yeah, on the board? Yeah, past silver medalist, right? Double gold medalist is the chief scientist of OpenAI. Jakob is a wonderful person. If we go over to Google DeepMind, yeah, two of the founders, ICPCers, absolutely. Ever look at the colors and the Google logo? Do they look reminiscent? Sure, they're ours. Even Baylor Green is there, okay? Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, the chief scientist in Google DeepMind was an ICPC or as well. And you have already achieved in coming to this championship more than they achieved, because the world finals of the contest at their time was smaller than LATAM. Is that amazing? It ought to be. When I got my PhD in 1975, there were only 750 of us in the world. And not only that, we couldn't program as well as any of you and your friends. We just couldn't. We solved the easy problems and left the hard ones for you. So anyway, this gives you a few numbers and about this community. And this community would not exist if it weren't for the fact that we're an extension of the academic community that is committed to the well-being and growth of communities in the world. And so I put some targets up there for you to look at. There's lots of activity going on. Things don't happen by accident. You know, on the other hand, we would sort of like for you to think that a lot of it happens. Is the 2026 ICPC Latin America Championship here in Santiago, Chile.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bill. You know, nothing of this could happen without our sponsors, so we would like to present our main sponsors. First, Huawei is ICPC Diamond multi-regional sponsor.
Cité du vent, c'est là mon foyer. Jamais vu le vent, ni toi, ni moi. Mais nous pouvons sentir sa puissance. Le vent salue mes voisins. Le vent se lève et soulève les filets de pêche. Le vent souffle et les voiles trouvent leur direction. Nous dansons avec le vent. Les chants attirent des amis de loin. Je veux attraper le vent, qu'il m'emporte au loin, de l'autre côté de la mer. Derrière, c'est le foyer. Devant, c'est le monde. Je veux chevaucher le vent pour découvrir de nouveaux horizons. Les arbres se balancent au gré du vent, grandissant jusqu'à toucher le ciel.
تعلمت من التكنولوجيا أن كل روبو أو لكل شيء كان حياة جديدة باش أنه يتحرك. بالفرح والسرور، وهاد التكنولوجيا والبرنامج ديال كوديو تغير لي حياتي بزاف. نكمل في هذا المجال في المستقبل إن شاء الله.
Le vent transporte le sable le long des dunes, formant des paysages uniques.
We learned more about new technologies like virtual reality and robotics. This will open new horizons for us and for our students. I would like to thank DigiSchool program for bringing this to rural areas as it helps promote social justice and equity among students.
Le vent chasse les nuages sombres, laissant le soleil inonder de lumière la terre.
Merci. Si l'énergie solaire a remplacé l'énergie traditionnelle, pourquoi pas? C'est mieux et propre.
Le vent dissémine les graines, les transporte vers des terres lointaines.
Plus je maîtrise les technologies numériques, plus je sens optimiste pour l'avenir. Je souhaite rendre notre ville intelligente, surtout la gestion de trafic à travers l'intelligence artificielle.
Le vent soulève de grandes vagues, poussant en avant les voiles des cœurs.
I took some great pictures. Grâce à cette plateforme, nous, passionnés d'identité et de technologie, nous étions rassemblés pour concourir et interagir. I'm here. With those pictures, not bringing down.
Yes, I got it.
Écoute le vent, tantôt doux, tantôt puissant.
L'usage de la technologie, ça nous permet d'exploiter nos talents en tant que femmes.
La musique est un langage universel qui peut toucher toutes les âmes et connecter tous les esprits en une seconde, tout comme l'Internet.
As a woman, I'm incredibly proud to be part of this family. It's like a privilege to break the stereotypes, excel in this domain by driving our team towards success.
Laisse souffler le vent. Laisse les graines de la technologie faire éclore un printemps éclatant au Maroc. Quand on a la chance d'avoir été nourri, éduqué, formé par ces belles histoires, on ne peut pas se les garder pour soi. The art of possible is no longer.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to invite Tina Wang Guo, Director of Human Research Department of Huawei Chile, representative of this, to welcome you.
Okay, good morning. So, respected ICPC Foundation President, Dr. William Porter, and Director of ICPC Latin America Region, Dr. Federico Mesa, Latin American Championship Director, Dr. Christine Ruz, Deputy Director of ICPC Latin America, Dr. Carlos Eduardo, esteemed contestants, coaches, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So we are truly honored to be here as a sponsor of the 2026 ICPC Latin American Championship. Looking at all of you, the brightest minds from across the activity region is very inspiring. In this room, we see the future leaders and creators of our technology world. At its heart, programming is more than just typing rules and formulas. For those of us who love this field, it is a real passion. It is the drive to find smart answers to hard problems and the great feelings to turning an idea into something real that works. This shared love for logic, creativity, and hard work is what brings us all together today. Now we are facing big global challenges, from uncertain economics and global conflicts to the need to protect our environment. In time of trouble, it is easy to feel separated from one another. But technology and our shared language of code has a special power to bring people together and build real unity. The teamwork and problem-solving skills you are showing in this competition are exactly what the world needs right now. The big problems of tomorrow cannot be fixed by one person alone. They need people working together across borders, sharing ideas, and acting as a team, just like you are doing today. So whether we are building better AI for healthcare, creating systems that stay strong during a crisis, or making sure everyone can access information fairly, the answers will come from the skills you are building today. The code you write has the power to create new tools, unite people, and make life better for everyone. You are not just writing software, you are building a more connected and stronger future. As you start the competition, you encourage you to enjoy the challenges, work closely with your teammates, push yourself to do your best, and keep your passion for creating new things. The talent and teamwork you show here prove that you will do amazing things in the years to come. We are proud to support the ICPC community and to see the amazing talent coming from Latin America. We cannot wait to see how you will change the world. So good luck to every team. Let the championship begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Huawei, to be such a great sponsor. And now, JetBrains is our ICPC Global Sponsor Programming Tools.
JetBrains is an ICPC community treasure.
Thank you. Just ask me to. Luis De Bella, Regional Marketing Manager, to say hello to you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Luis De Bella. I'm a Regional Marketing Manager for JetBrains in Latin America. And it's such an honor to be here, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of JetBrains as a global tools sponsor of this event. And that tools here, meaning that during the competition, you are going to have our recognized tools installed in your machines, like Sea Lion, PyCharm, and IntelliJ. And I would like to mention that 1/3 of the winners of these competitions lately used our tools. So I hope you have a great time here. I couldn't agree more with Bill when he stresses the words community and neighbor. So I just would like to remind something that happened recently with Betty Bunny in Super Bowl in the United States. He sent a strong message about union, not segregation, talking about one America, Latin America united. So let's go for it. I think you have a great chance here to relationship, to create the bonds of community, know each other, respect difference, and even so, work for a better world. Let's shape this new world together. Have fun and enjoy this great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Luis. Are you taking up photos? ¿Debí tirar más fotos? No. Okay. Nubank is the ICPC Latin America Championship Diamond sponsor.
Picture a chair. No, that is not just any chair. It represents a place. A place for those who believe it is possible to do the extraordinary. Extraordinary is having 100 million fanatical customers and knowing that this is just the beginning. Extraordinary is being inspired by Hassan, taking a simple idea and pushing it to places where no one has taken it before. Extraordinary is what everyone expects from us. Doing your best work and collab with inspiring people. Reinventing history by putting the customer at the center. Creating spaces, breaking barriers, taking on responsibilities. That is working at noon. A place where impossible is not part of our vocabulary. This is not just about a chair. It's about everything you can experience here. For you, who always pursue the unprecedented, who reinvents what no longer makes sense, and never gets tired of asking, what's the next challenge? What about the next one? In Brazil, in Mexico, in Colombia, and around the world, it's about doing the best work of your life right now. Make the extraordinary happen. The future is purple. The future is purple.
Thank you, Alexandre Araújo, Global Early Careers Lead, Talent Acquisition in Nubank.
Thank you, thank you. I don't have like this speech for other sponsors that came here, so I'm not so good in public speech, so I write down some words. I will try not to use. So first, what we have shared here, I think is the similar that we see in your community here. So all programming contests here, we can see the impossible is not part of our vocabulary, using the daily basis in the programming day, like in the contest day. So I'd like to express here, good luck, enjoy the ride, be present, not only in, of course, in the contest, but here with the other members of the contest, the programming, the ICPC. And I really like to be in the ICPC contest because I feel like, oh, we have great minds, problem solvers, and I would like to take like moments to share my own problems and try like, you have solving for my problems also to like solving my problems because it's really amazing to see great minds as you here. I would like to, once again reinforce my good luck for you. Enjoy the ride, and we'll be present in whole week. So I would like to connect with you, with other Nubankers that will be present. And it's really, really nice to be here with you because, yes, this community is really unique, if I can put like that. So congratulations, all ICPC organization, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. And now, Agenda Pro is an ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor.
more than 100,000 requests per minute, more than 55,000 active users per month, more than 100 million appointments managed, more than 20,000 active businesses in Latin America, more than 20 countries. We are Agenda Pro. And we know that behind each number, there is more than just traffic. There are people, business owners in health, beauty, and wellness who make a living from their daily operations, who need to fill their schedules, reduce cancellations, optimize payments, make decisions with real information, businesses that depend on stability, on speed, on systems that don't fail at key moments. We understand that when software impacts thousands of businesses, the responsibility is no longer technical, but becomes strategic at a Agenda Pro. We don't just manage appointments, we drive growth. And we don't stop there. We integrate artificial intelligence into the core of our products. We build to high standards. We think long-term. We operate in production. We are Agenda Pro, the infrastructure that moves people's time with stability, speed, and precision.
Agenda Pro, Sebastian Hevia, CTO and co-founder.
Hi, everyone. I'm one of the co-founders and CTO of Agenda Pro, and we wanted to be part of this event because we are a very competitive, high standard, and very ambitious team, and we wanted to get to know what the competitive, young, and ambitious and high standards I can assure that you guys are. So I'm there in the chill zones I'll be there to talk if you want to know about entrepreneurship, if you're interested in what we do. Also, I can help you if you have any things you want to know what's to be like a founder of a tech company or anything. And that's it. Good luck and have a great contest.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. And now, Canals is an ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor. And we would like to invite Osman Jimenez to give you a welcome speech.
Hey guys, my name is Osman. Maybe some of you already know me. I went 2 times to World Finals as a competitor and 3 times as a coach. And today I'm here on behalf of Canals. We wanted to help you and support you in this great event. I think this is a great opportunity for us and for you to know each other. We truly believe in the talent that we have here, and that's one of the reasons why we are here, because we truly believe that this is the best talent of Latin America, and we are very proud of you. So my advice for you is to enjoy the competition, enjoy every day. I think this is a good opportunity to meet new people, to make friends. I really enjoyed the 7 years that I was competing in these competitions, and that's great to be here this time as a sponsor, and I hope that you really enjoy all the time. See you around. We'll be there around to answer any questions that you have about Canals, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Osman. Thank you all our sponsors. Again, a big round of applause for them. So now I have a problem. We are a little bit behind of our schedule. I'm going to ask Federico. Federico, can you help me with that? We have to present some people still. Do you know who?
Sorry, what? He was talking to me.
Good morning, Federico. We have to present some people. Who are we going to present now?
You want to know who the teams are? Okay.
It has been an amazing competition this year. We had 2,917 teams, almost 3,000 teams, Federico.
Yeah, representing 588 schools in 18 countries,
of
in
our
6 regions.
Yes. That's all countries you see there. We, like Bill said, we also have a great improvement. We started in '96 with 11 teams, and then we have 3,000 teams now.
Here you see
now you can see in all regions. We are going to publish it. It's okay.
Yeah. This is the evolution in each of our 6 regions in Latin America. You can see it.
And they're here.
And now?
And now?
We are here.
We are here. Yeah, in Santiago. 44 teams, 39 schools, 18 countries actually, 9 female contestants and 6 female coaches. Congratulations to you all. It's a very hard job to get here. You know that there are many ways to get a slot, performance, participation, and so on. Here we have that. And also how it was in the 3 championships we have in the regions, okay?
Remember Mexico? We remember Guadalajara?
Yeah.
And Salvador?
Salvador.
Well, those are the numbers.
And the teams, there we are. You can find you in this picture. Where are you?
Where is it?
Where was it?
I don't know.
Do you know where was it? Salvador!
Somebody put a hand on
where
my
are
hand.
You? Where are you?
I am not there. I have a hand on
he
my
was
face.
in the beach. From Antigua and Barbuda, presenting since 2023 2 participations in the Latin America Championship.
The University of West Indies, Frostbite, 2 participations in the Latin America Championship.
From Argentina, 52 teams participating in the World Finals, 16 times the best team in the World Finals, 3 bronze medals, 12 times participating in the Latin America Championship, 1 gold medal, 1 silver medal, 1 bronze medal, and 3 times the best team in the ICPC Regional, Argentina.
Universidad Tecnológica Nacional de Santa Fe, champán en lata, 3 times in the World Finals.
And 3 times also here in the Latin America Championship.
Yeah. Universidad Nacional de Rosario, Red Black 3.
8 times in the World Finals. 1 time was the best Latin American team in the World Finals. 3 times in Latin America Championship, 1 silver medal.
Also from Universidad Nacional de Rosario, para la PDA elegimos WF. Universidad Nacional de La Plata, 3 times in the World Finals, 2 times in the Championship. Need a name.
Need a name. Universidad Nacional de Córdoba, 10 times in the World Finals, 2 times the best Latin American teams in the World Finals, and 1 participation, the first participation here in the Latin America Championship.
Helicóptero. Universidad de Buenos Aires, 23 times in the World Finals, 12 times the best team in the World Finals, 3 bronze medals in the World Finals, 2 times in the Championship, 1 gold medal, and 1 bronze medal. Corman is the first team.
And also the los catastróficos de Universidad de Buenos Aires.
Bolivia.
6 times in the World Finals, 3 times here in the Latin America Championship, 1 bronze medal, Bolivia.
From Universidad Mayor de San Simón, Huasos del Valle, 3 times in the World Finals, 2 times in the Championship, 1 bronze medal.
Vasos del Valle.
Exacto.
Brazil.
What is it? 121 teams have been promoted to the World Finals. 12 times the best performing team in the World Finals and 1 bronze medal in the World Finals. 35 teams have been here in the championship.
2 times 1.
2
2 times
times?
1.
2 out of 2?
Yeah. Okay.
6 gold medals, 5 silver medal, and 4 bronze medal.
And 23 times the best team in the regional. Oh, Universidade Federal de Campina Grande, you can read the name. 9 times the World Finals, 1 time the best Latin American team in the World Finals, 2 times in Latin.
And that's the name of the team.
And that's the name of the team. Okay.
Universidade de São Paulo.
Universidade de São Paulo, 18 times at the World Finals, 3 times the best Latin American team in the World Finals, 1 bronze medal in the World Finals, 3 times in Latin America Championship, 1 last year, the current champions, yeah?
Yes.
And 2 times gold medal in the Latin America Championship, 5 times the best team in the ICPC Regional. And you can
And the team name is
you
Here's
can
My
sing
Number.
it. You can sing it, actually.
No.
So call me my name. Okay. Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro. Meu nome é Shadow. Sou aquele que deixou todo o seu passado para trás. Não faço esse contexto por ninguém. Não estou preso a nada. 8 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the Latin America Championship, 1 silver medal. Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina, 1 participation in the World Finals, 3 participations in the Latin America Championship. É sempre o Shore. Universidade Estadual de Campinas, 17 times in the World Finals, 1 time the best Latin American team in the World Finals, 3 times in Latin America Championship, 2 gold medals, 1 bronze medal, and 4 times the best team in the ICPC Regional. Naim continua dentro de nós, Unicamp. Universidade Federal de Pernambuco, 17 times in the World Finals, 1 time was the best Latin American team in the World Finals, 2 times in the Latin America Championship, 1 bronze medal, 8 times the best team in the ICPC Regional, Las Quatros e Pelados, o FPE. Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, 7 times the World Finals, 1 time was the best Latin American team in the World Finals, 3 times in the Latin America Championship, 1 time won the Latin America Championship, the first one in Guadalajara, 2 gold medals, 1 silver medal, Uga Buga, o FMG. Universidade de Brasília has 3 teams. They are 3 times in the World Finals, 2 times in Latin America Championship. Los tralalelitos dicen Flamengo. Also, é só fazer. E one of the female teams, Grafo de Botas. Universidade de São Paulo, Ribeirão Preto. The first time here in the Latin America Championship.
Welcome.
You're welcome. Apes together strong. I'm so happy when I understand the reference, you know. I'm so happy. Okay. Go ahead. Pontifícia Universidade Católica do Rio de Janeiro. 6 times in the World Finals. 1 time was the best Latin America team in the World Finals, and 1 time here, first time here in the Latin America Championship. 2 times was the best team in the ICPC Regional. Esse aí resolve com CCW, PUC do Rio.
Chile.
Our host.
Participating since 1997. 10 teams have been at the World Finals. 5 teams have been in the championship. They won 1 bronze medal. Universidad de Chile. Sin globito no hay fiesta. 8 times in the World Finals. 3 times in the Latin America Championship. Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Memoir del Pudú. 2 times in the World Finals. 2 times in the Latin America Championship. 1 bronze medal. Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, La Casneta, first time in the championship. Another female team, Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, La Secta. Colombia, since 1997, 33 times in the World Finals, 5 times in the championship, 1 bronze medal, 1 best team in the ICPC Regional. Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Medellín. Un triciclo. First time in the championship.
Welcome.
Universidad EAFIT, 5 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship. ¡Qué bendición! Costa Rica, since 2005, 7 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship. Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica, Alajuela, 2 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship, no named yet. Cuba, since 1999, 27 teams have been in the World Finals. 1 time they won the best performance in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship. 2 best team in the ICPC regional. Universidad de La Habana, UH Pop, 13 times in the World Finals. 1 time as the best team in the World Finals. 2 times in the championship, and 2 best team in the ICPC regional. Universidad Central Marta Abreu de las Villas, Axioma. 2 times in the World Finals, 1 time in the championship. First time here, welcome.
First time here. From República Dominicana, they are participating since 2009, 3 times in the World Finals, 3 times here in the Latin America Championship. Pontificia Universidad Católica Madre Miestra, first time in the world, 1 time in the World Finals, first time here, Potsdam.
Welcome. El Salvador, since 2016, 3 times in the championship. Escuela Superior de Economía y Negocios, Synapsis, first time in the championship.
Yeah, welcome. Guatemala, since 2000, 3 times here in the Latin America Championship. Universidad Rafael Landívar, 3 times in the Latin America Championship. Banana Script.
Mexico, since 1996.
70 participations in the World Finals. 1 time it was the best Latin America team in the World Finals. 16 participations in the Latin America Championship. 2 silver medals. Mexico.
Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, Facultad de Ingeniería, UNAM. First participation. Universidad Panamericana Bonaterra, 6 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship, 1 silver medal. Igloo Zone.
Igloo Zone. Tecnológico de Monterrey.
Something is happening in Monterrey next year.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. 9 times in the World Finals, 1 time, first time here, first time in Latin America Championship. Sindicato de Taxistas Calakmul. PD
1500 USD y agregamos tu nombre.
Oh, they are, okay.
Universidad Panamericana Guadalajara, Testigos de Germán, first time in the championship.
Escola Superior de Cómputo, Instituto Politécnico Nacional. 7 times in the World Finals. 1 time was the best Latin America team in the World Finals. 2 times here in the Latin America Championship.
Universidad de Guadalajara, CUCEI, 4 times in the World Finals, 2 times in the championship. Find Nim Mo.
Peru, since last century. Okay, the 13 times in the World Finals, 5 times in the Latin America Championship, 1 gold medal, 1 bronze medal. Peru.
Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, FIIS, 5 times in the World Finals, 3 times in the championship, 1 gold medal, 1 bronze medal. Sale en O de 1.
Let's see. Puerto Rico.
Since 2000, 3 times in the championship. Universidad de Puerto Rico, Arecibo, Wolfbite, first time in the championship.
Trinidad and Tobago, since 2013, 3 times in the Latin America Championship. University of West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, 3 times in the Latin America Championship, 3x plus 1.
Uruguay, since 1999, 3 times in the championship. Universidad ORT Uruguay, dividimos y no conquistamos, 2 times in the championship.
And from Venezuela, since
1997. Yep.
Yeah, 15 times in the World Finals, 3 times here in the Latin America Championship. 1 time was the best teams in the ICPC regional.
Universidad Simón Bolívar, 10 times in the World Finals, 2 times in the championship, 1 best team in the ICPC regional. Lujia Brasileiro.
And here we have some homage to our Hall of Fame in the ICPC, Latin America ICPC World Finals. We have 4 bronze medals. The first was in the 2001 Vancouver, Universidade de São Paulo.
And in Hawaii, 2002, Los Angeles, 2003, and Luxor, 2023, Universidad de Buenos Aires, bronze medal.
Oh yeah, and follow us in our social media. Thank you very much, George. We're almost on time. Okay. Almost on time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And they are the teams. So now I would like to, please stay on the stage, and would like to invite Bill again, please, on the stage. And Paulo César Pereira, please, on the stage, and Federico Pousa. I don't know, Federico? Okay. We have already 30 years in this competition, and we have to recognize the people who actually has been doing that for all this time, yeah? Last year we started with some awards, and this year we are going to award 2 very important people that helped us to make this happen, yeah? So the first one is Ricardo Anido.
All right, hello everyone. I would like to present here this plaque in honor of Ricardo de Oliveira Anido, Chief Judge of Latin America Contests. Well, in recognition of your exceptional dedication and leadership in the Latin America ICPC community, your tireless commitment over more than 15 years to coordinating judges and meticulously preparing contest problems has not only elevated the competition's standards, but also inspired countless participants across the region. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and unwavering support. Your efforts have made a lasting impact on the world of competitive programming. Yeah, it's an honor for me to be able to follow on your steps and continue building this on the great basis that you made for us. I truly believe that our competitions have really high standards, and we definitely would not be able to have that without all of that work that you did for so many years. So thank you very much for all the contributions, Anido.
You want to say some words?
Oh, thank you. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the teams. We know the effort and the commitment you have to be here. And thank you, Federico and Christian, for inviting me. I just want to say that it was a pleasure, an honor and a privilege to work with so many talented colleagues and students, and it was fun. So thank you again. Gracias a todos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. So now, Irene, please come to the stage.
In honor of Irene Loiseau, Director of ICPC Argentina, for over 15 years, Irene Loiseau has exemplified leadership, dedication, and passion as the Director of the International Collegiate Programming Contest in Argentina. Her unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds and fostering collaboration and innovation has profoundly impacted countless students and educators. Through her guidance, the ICPC has flourished, inspiring generations of programmers and problem solvers to push the boundaries of their potential. We express our deepest gratitude for her invaluable contributions and tireless efforts in promoting excellence in computer science education. Thank you, Irene, for your legacy and inspiration and empowerment. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Federico and all the people from the organization of this new ACM competition. I only would like to say that to work with the ACM competition was very important for me. Was very good work to do, and I was very enthusiastic in working on that. I made friends for a lot of countries in Latin America. And then so thank you very much again, Carlinhos. We know more than I started working following Carlinhos in Buenos Aires. We follow the initiative of Carlinhos, who already started in São Paulo. And well, since then, we have been working in our contest in Argentina and participating in the Latin America and in the World Finals. Now, the succession is Federico, sorry. So thank you very much, and I said it was very good for me to work in this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we need some to make some time. Okay. Christian, yeah. We need to make some time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now it's my turn. How are you doing? Do you have your fox with you? That's our mascot. It's the Zorro Culpeo. I think you can watch it in the website. You have the story about the Zorro Culpeo. It's a very important animal in Chile. Yeah, it's across all the country. So we have time. I want to see if you have learned something about Chile. So pick your phones. Did you everybody register already for the trivia? Yes, you may get one additional balloon in the contest. No, it's a joke. Don't tell me that after. So let's go for the first question. Okay, everybody ready? Are you ready? Okay, waiting for how many players we have. Oh, be sure to put your name. Oh, it's very crowded. 8. Oh, wow. 1. Oh, it's very good. Okay, let's go with the first one. You have 10 seconds to answer. Let's see. Answer quickly. What does the Chilean word pololear mean? Chileans shouldn't compete here. Yes, well, compete, please compete. 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. What is the answer? So, to date someone, yes, that's it. When you're a girlfriend, a boyfriend, when you're dating someone in Chile, but you're not yet to marry yet, or just or something a bit more serious, but not for marrying, you are pololeando. So if you have a polola or pololo, yeah, that's what it means in Chile. Okay, it's not to argue, it's not to study, it's not to travel far. Bye. Okay, next question. Oh, let's see who knows. Chileans should be eliminated from this competition. No, Ashley knows. Very good. Okay, let's go. Ashley has a polola or pololo. So, second question. Let's go. What is a completo in Chile? What is a completo? Oh, you want to compete? So, what is a completo? Hot dog with avocado, empanada, seafood, a dessert. You know very well. I think you have tried already a completo. Yeah, congratulations. I hope you like our completos. The Italiano, Dinamico. It has many names, but completo is the main. It's not empanada, it's not seafood. You already know. Okay, let's see who's doing best, who knows best from... We can give a nationality special for the guy who answered. Oh, the hustler is in the first place. Let's go for the third question. And the question is... I need a... ¿Quién quiere ser millonario? What does al tiro mean? This may be polemic. Maybe some people think otherwise in al tiro. What is al tiro? We're going to do the competition al tiro. Our musicians will al tiro, yeah, immediately, rather immediately. Some people may disagree with me because sometimes I say al tiro and it happens like 20 minutes later, but it's immediately, it's time. Let's see, who is? Oh, the hustler is still on the top, the fastest one. I hope the hustler is not Chilean. Fourth question. And what drink is traditional used to make the Chilean cocktail called terremoto? Have you tried the terremoto? Do you know that Chile has many terremotos? There's one scheduled for the end of the ceremony. No, that's a joking. Oh, it was pipeño. No, it was not pisco. It was not pisco. Terremoto does not go with pisco. Does not go with rum. Does not go with vodka. You prepare pipeño. You use pipeño. It's a kind of wine with pineapple ice cream and granadina. And well, you shouldn't take more than one because after you get up, you feel like a terremoto is happening. So let's see. Whoa, 6, 7 is maybe in the top one. Oh, the hustler is still on the first place. Let's see for the fifth question. We're in the middle. And the question is, which animals appear on the Chilean coat of arms? On the Chilean coat of arms. Do you know the Chilean coat of arms? No. Have you seen it? It's not in the flag. It's in the presidential palace, maybe. And puma and condor. Fox is not. Fox. No, it's not a fox. I tricked you. Sorry, it's not in the fox. It's very special, but it's not in the coat of arms. You have a condor. And huemul. That is a kind of deer that we have in Chile. Yeah. The condor and the huemul. Sorry, I tricked you with the fox.
Well done.
Let's see if the hustler... No, I didn't trick him. The hustler knows very well. I think the hustler is Chilean, yeah. So we don't give him the prize. I don't know. Look, he's still in the first place. Let's see for the sixth question. Let's see, and the question is, what does Chilean expression estar pato mean? Have you ever stayed pato? Is anybody estoy pato here? Are you hungry? Are you sick? You have no money? Or are you tired? So people think it's to have no money. Yes, that's true. But you don't have to ask a Chilean for that. You don't have to ask ChatGPT. Yeah, when you don't have money, you say estoy pato. So, do you want to see who is in the, let's see, oh, Vicente, it was very quick on this question. Let's see how the hustler didn't do in this one. Oh, but 6-7 advance, oh, Vicente, what happened to the hustler? Oh, it was Vicente. It was Vicente all along. No, it's not you. Okay, maybe he's changed the name. But it's not you, okay. And Pudu is also in the list. Let's see, I think the name changed a bit. Let's go now for the 7th question. Let's see who is the most Chilean of the non-Chileans here in Santiago. What is a choripan? What is a choripan? Have you ever seen a choripan? Well, it's some kind of food, but with sausage, with chicken, with cheese, with fish, that's the other thing. With sausage, yeah, maybe you have tried it before. If you had an asado before, yeah, you know what a choripan is. You can eat it with a lot of things, with mayonnaise, with pebre, with anything you want, yes? So let's see what happened to the table. And Vicente, Pablo Chile, Scarlett. Oh, Vicente is now in the first place, and Pablo Chile is in the second. But the names, maybe you have changed the names, but I don't recall some of the people in the rankings. So let's go for the last question. So the tema, who is the best non-Chilean in the competition? And let's see. And the question is, what does the Chilean word bacán mean? Do you feel bacán at times? Do you feel bacán? Are you bacán or you're not bacán? Yeah, you're bacán at times. I think you're very bacán, or no? No. It's awesome? It's boring? Oh, yes, it's awesome. So, do you feel bacán now? No, this competition, I think this whole competition is very bacán. Yeah, it's very bacán. Let's see who is in the first place, who wins our competition, our trivia. And the first place go to, anyway, Vicente. Who is this Vicente? Please stand, Vicente. Who is this Vicente? Nobody compete for Vicente?
There is Vicente.
There is Vicente? Oh.
No, it's going. No. Bye, Vicente. Oh, no.
Are you Vicente?
Are you Vicente?
Who is Vicente?
No?
Well, let's
Vicente
give a big applause of Vicente. Thank you very much for playing with us. Hope you still have a good time here. Yeah, okay.
And so, thank you, Christian, to make some time. It was a good improvise.
Yes.
You improvised it right now, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
Okay. And now, to continue this great celebration of Latin America talent and programming, we invite you to enjoy a very special musical moment. Join us is Aurofónica, an ensemble of 3 talented musicians who will take us on a journey through some Chile's most beloved musical voices, from the poetic legacy of Violeta Parra to the powerful sounds of contemporary and iconic Chilean bands. Through the interpretation, you will experience melodies that are an important part of Chile's cultural identity, reflecting both tradition and a modern spirit. Please join me in warmly welcoming Aurofónica.
Hi, I'm Aurora. He's Camilo. We are Aurofónica. Today, we want to share some Chilean music. Miño de los Bunkers. Fueron las canchas donde corrí, el picaporte de la puerta que no abrí, el miedo a la oscuridad, un viejo amor por conquistar, sentada sola y triste. se aburrió. Nadie te esperará como lo quise ayer. En las veredas como imaginé, si fuese así la eternidad, yo no quisiera despertar tantas caras que tengo que olvidar. No hay palabras sin ponerse a gritar. Se rieron de ti, no supiste morir, porque tu propia vergüenza ya no vives de ti, no supiste morir, porque tu propia tristeza se incendió. Todos colgados tras el camión, las mismas rejas oxidadas por el sol, el hambre que no conocí me hizo mucho más feliz. Lavado a mano dentro de un piano, un cura oculto bautizó a mi hermano. Las cicatrices las guardé por si no fueras a volver. Nadie te esperará como lo quise ayer. En las veredas como imaginé, si fuese así la eternidad, yo no quisiera despertar tantas caras que tengo que olvidar. No hay palabras sin ponerse a llorar. Se rieron de ti, no supiste dormir, porque tu propia vergüenza ya no vives de ti, no supiste morir, porque tu propia tristeza se incendió. Gracias. Bien. Si tú me quisieras, Mon Laferte. Me despedí, pero te mentí, no me quería alejar. Disimulé Muchas gracias. Bien, la jardinera de Violeta Parra, ¿sí? Vamos. Para olvidarme de ti voy a cultivar la tierra. En ella espero encontrar remedio para mis penas. Aquí plantaré un rosal de las espinas más gruesas. Tendré lista la corona para cuando en mí te mueras. Para mi tristeza violeta azul, clavelina roja para mi pasión. Y para saber si me corresponde, descojo un blanco manzanillón. Si me quieres mucho, poquito, nada, tranquilo queda mi corazón. Creciendo irán poco a poco los alegres pensamientos. Cuando ya estén florecidos, irá lejos su recuerdo. En la flor de la amapola seré su mejor amiga. La pondré bajo la almohada para quedarme tranquila. Para mi tristeza violeta azul, clavelina roja para mi pasión. Y para saber si me corresponde, descojo un blanco manzanillón. Si me quieres mucho, poquito, nada, tranquilo queda mi corazón. Cogollo de toronjil cuando me aumenten las pernas. Las flores de mi jardín han de ser mis enfermeras. Y que acaso yo me ausento antes que tú te arrepientas. Heredarás estas flores, ven a quedarte con ellas. Para mi tristeza violeta azul, clavelina roja para mi pasión. Y para saber si me corresponde, descojo un blanco manzanillón. Si me quieres mucho, poquito, nada, tranquilo queda mi corazón. Gracias. Charango, instrumento chileno. Mira, niñita, en los jaivas, vamos. te voy a llevar a ver la luna brillando en el mar. Mira hacia el cielo y olvida ese lánguido temor que fue permanente emoción. Ay, fue permanente emoción. Para la hija de un hombre con ojos de cristal y papel sellado en la piel. niñita, te voy a llevar a ver la luna brillando en el mar. Mira hacia el cielo y olvida ese lánguido temor que fue permanente emoción. Ay, fue permanente emoción. Para la hija de un hombre con ojos de cristal y papel sellado en la piel. Hacia el cielo y olvida ese lánguido temor que fue permanente emoción. Ay, fue permanente emoción. Ay, tu pelito y tus ojos de miel. Pero en tu pecho florecerán colores de amor. Florecerán tu pelito. Ay, la ternura tendrás para ti. Florecerá tu pelito, pero ya en tu pecho florecerán colores de amor. Exiliada del Sur, Inti Illimani, Patricio Mans. Un ojo dejé en los lagos por un descuido casual. El otro quedó en Parral en un boliche de tragos. Recuerdo que mucho estrago de niña vio el alma mía. Miserias y alevosías anudan mis pensamientos. Entre las aguas y el viento me pierdo en la lejanía. Mi brazo derecho en Queen quedó, señores oyentes. El otro por San Vicente quedó, no sé con qué fin. Mi pecho en Curacautí, lo feo en un jardincillo. Mis manos en Maitencillo saludan en Pelequén. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Aurophonica. Thank you very much. Now it's time to start the competition, yeah? To start the Latin America Championship. So, Bill, would you please come to the stage again? And we are going to show this new beautiful trophy, yes? This trophy is going to be for the first place?
Yes, for the champion.
For the champion.
There's only one.
Only one trophy. So, who wants to hold this trophy?
Who wants to take this home? Anybody?
Nobody wants to take home?
Nobody?
Oh.
Who builds the value in the trophy? Who builds the trophy? Everyone except the team that takes it home. That's how competition works. Competition is getting better together. And good luck. This is quite a trophy to take home.
Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Let's declare this ICPC 2026 competition in Latin America open.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Federico. It's now officially open. And we are going to our tech talk sessions. So the first one is going to be from Huawei. Huawei ICPC Diamond Multi-Regional Sponsor is a leading global provider of information and communications technology, infrastructure, and smart device. Since 2023, Huawei has sponsored and supported the ICPC community in Latin America, helping to build an international exchange platform for contestants and codes. Please join me in welcoming Dai Lin, Principal Researcher at the Center for Software Excellence in Huawei. Thank you.
There's always the joke about how many software engineers we need to figure out the project issue, but I guess it's a hardware problem.
We need some, oh yeah, I think now it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see.
Okay. Should I start?
Not work?
So good morning, everyone. My name is Dai Ling. I'm a principal researcher at Huawei Technologies. It's really happy to be here today and talk to you about what our view is on what's the next generation of software and what's the next generation of software engineering. And we believe that with the foundation model and our large language models coming out, it's going to have a profound impact on what we're going to do in the future. Next slide, please. So everyone here is a bright mind in software engineering, and you all know how to build really good software that's powered by code logic. But as you might have already noticed, since the large language model gained traction in the last few years, how we build software and what type of software we're building has changed quite a lot. We divided the software generations into generally 5 generations, as shown here. Each generation means a different form of software, different process to build the software, as well as different assets when you focus on building the software. We call them the engineering paradigm. So the first generation, which we call a codeware, is what everyone's familiar with here. That's what we're competing for building day to day, is when programmers write the logic of software with code. It's a deterministic logic that you can specify, and the software perform exactly as you specified. And then maybe a decade ago, people started to introduce AI and traditional machine learning models into software. Sorry, would you mind go back to the... Yes, thank you. That's when a generation of software called neuralware comes out. At that time, we will build dedicated machine learning models with specific data trained for specific scenarios. The difference is that now you're no longer specifying what's the deterministic logic of the software. Rather, you are trying to teach a neural network or some other architecture about what you're expected out of it. What's the expected input, how it should perform as the output, and you expect that the model will pick it up. And then we enter the era of promptware when large language model comes out. They are more general models that can be applied to many different scenarios. So that introduces more assets and more roles into a software engineering process, such as prompt engineers, etc. Essentially, it empowers a lot of people who doesn't even understand software or understand the code to be able to program something by simply prompting the large language models. That introduces a lot of new assets for management in software development lifecycle, such as prompts, models, and all of their versioning. And then in the last year or two, we've seen that the form for large language model powered software has also changed. That's when we introduce agentware, where models or the systems gain more autonomy to perform more complex scenarios and tasks by itself. It then introduces more assets like agents and their orchestration, etc. Of course, in the future, maybe we'll have mindware where AGI has been realized and taken over the world, but that's not the topic of today's discussion. We call promptware and agentware foundation model applications, or FMware. And then everywhere from neuralware to mindware, we call AIware. They are software that are powered by AI. Next slide, please. It works now? Awesome, thank you. So when we're building this kind of new software, or FMware, what are we talking about with regard to software quality? ISO IEC 25010 standard has been released for a very long time, and it defines the traditional quality of software products. That covers the 8 blue boxes here. And then when we introduce this AI into the software, we introduce way more product quality perspectives such as transparency, fairness, safety, privacy, etc. How can we ensure that in this new generation of software it becomes the core problem of building a trustworthy software rather than just something that you write code overnight? So why is quality assurance so hard for large language model powered systems? It's mostly because it has completely changed the underlying assumption of what we thought software has. Because of the non-deterministic nature of the software, of this generation of software, testing is almost completely different. In the old days, we can specify test cases. That's how we judge which team wins, right? So which solution can pass the test cases. But now, with the foundation model software, you can no longer specify test oracles, meaning there's no one standard answer of the output given an input. Tests also become flaky. That means running the same system several times will give you different test results. And that is unreproducible by nature. Also, running a test suite becomes extremely expensive because every time you run it, it introduces a lot of cost of model inference. So when we are talking about different scenarios of foundation model software classifications, things are easier to measure. Translation is slightly harder because you can have different ways of translating same sentence. At least the semantics is the same. But then when you enter dialogue or more complex scenarios, you can't even specify what's correct anymore. Right now, the gold standard of generating output evaluation is still manual evaluation. But of course, manual evaluation is super expensive, so we don't really want that. The industry has come up with solutions such as LLM as judge, which you might be familiar with as well. That's when you put another AI system at the end of this whole system pipeline and use the other AI to judge the output of this AI. Is that really a really good idea? There are many issues with that. For example, there are several types of bias existing in AI judges, such as position bias. That's when you switch the order of the answer, and then the judge will always have a preference over a certain order. And then there are also certain universal phrases when you include in the answer that will bias the judge, such as informative or good answers, such things like that. So that means that error-based equality evaluation is not the ultimate solution. At this moment, we don't really have a better solution yet, but as for the software engineering community to progress and break through the technology to find out what's the next generation of evaluation. So now we're going to talk about a few trustworthiness characteristics you can do when you build this software. When you start building software, what you do is you will envision it as just a foundation model wrapped in an API, and you put a prompt inside. That's really hard because how do you write a good prompt becomes the bottleneck. Handwriting prompts is time-consuming and also non-intuitive. You'll notice there are blogs and papers coming out every day telling you what's the best way to write a prompt. And what's worse is that with every update to the foundation models, what used to work as a prompt might fail and it wouldn't work anymore. So prompts are not portable across the foundation models, and it also directly impacts the performance. But performance, which is, for example, the speed of inference, is often not considered at development time. So that's when people introduce a layer of prompt optimization. So it takes away the handwritten part of prompts and try to use a automatic search paradigm to optimize the prompts so that you don't have to care about portability, optimization of prompts, phrasing, etc. That increases the robustness of the system. And then now that you have a prompt, you probably need to debug it because you'll notice that some input goes in and unexpected output comes out. How do we know why a prompt is not working as intended? Where are the issues? Can we be sure the model really understands what you're instructing it to do? That's when explainability and transparency comes in. There are many different research in this domain. Some notable ones including, for example, XAI has a prompt ID product where they will show you different decoding parameters and process in the model so that the prompt engineers and the model developers can have a better understanding of what's happening inside the model. But that's often not intuitive to understand because you're looking at a bunch of numbers. That's why there's also sequential interpretation techniques coming out that tries to tell you which tokens has the strongest impact on the output. For example, a sentence, I am French, my favorite food is, and then the model predicts cheese. Then you will notice that French will probably has a higher impact on the outcome of cheese. Gives you a more intuitive understanding of the prompt. And then now you have the prompt, and you probably need to do a lot of context engineering because a lot of times the problems are not general. The problems you're trying to solve is a very domain-specific problem or context-specific problem. There are many different types of context. Due to the time limit, we can't go into often. But there is a whole research domain that tries to understand how can we organize knowledge, memory, data, and other systems better so that it can be fed into the prompt as context. And that improves the accuracy of the system. In order to do that, you'll have to introduce a lot more components into the system, such as vector database, retrieval system, etc. And how do we structure this knowledge? Do we structure it as a graph, just vectors, pure plain text? There are many other problems we have to solve just to provide the correct context at the correct time to the system. And that doesn't prevent users from misusing the system. A lot of times, people would try to attack this kind of system by putting certain instructions inside the input that got embedded into the prompt. For example, ignore all previous instructions and do the following things. We call them prompt injection, saying it's related to the security of the system. That's why you always put a layer of guard before your prompt so that you can filter out unwanted inputs. Of course, that's not enough because just by filtering out the input, it doesn't guarantee the output doesn't cause any harm. That's where safety comes in. The system cannot produce anything that's toxic. It cannot produce anything that has hallucination inside, and it should avoid any legal challenges. In order to do so, you also need to add another layer of context filter at the end so that the safety issues and bias issues could be filtered out. Sometimes when you're putting a layer of filter at the end of the pipeline, it means that when it fails the filter, the whole system has to regenerate the whole pipeline and regenerate the output. That is very time consuming. That's why there's another branch of domain of research where they focus on how can we guarantee the safety and elimination of bias during the inference time. It's also a very interesting part of the research. Now, all we've talked about so far, this whole graph here, is only one single inference. In order to put it into a more complex system, oftentimes you have to chain several inferences together to orchestrate them. And in modern foundation model systems, you will see a multi-agent architecture. A multi-agent interaction are extremely hard to control because the models will go out of hands and do something that they were not supposed to do. For example, a very famous programming multi-agent system, I think 2 years ago, called Meta GPT. They designed roles such as a product manager and architect inside the system. And they've noticed useless loops such as product manager saying, hello, how are you? And then architect saying, great, have you had lunch? Of course, those are tokens wasted and users waiting while the multi-agent are going out of hands. Uncontrollable agent interaction is also very dangerous for enterprise systems because you cannot prevent those unauthorized access to information or leakage of information in this case. So what should we do? A lot of frameworks coming out later introduce a mechanism called standard operating procedure, or SOP, that's embedded into the multi-agent orchestration. There are many ways of embedding this SOP into the system. You can either structure it as a state machine that strictly controls the agent's interaction. You can also put that as a general instruction into the meta prompt or the system prompt. That's where you will see a lot of modern coding agents such as Claude Code, Gemini CLI. What they will put into a prompt has specific instructions about the flow of interactions or flow of steps. Okay, so finally, we're also going to talk about transparency and accountability. Even if we build the best system, there's still a layer of user interaction sitting on top that kind of prevents or guards how the system is being used by the user. There are different ways of interaction with the user, such as dialogue-based integration with REST of application through API, etc. Clear communication to the user about when to trust the system and what shouldn't be trusted is a very important part of trustworthiness because a lot of times trustworthiness is not about increasing the trust of user, but actually reduce the overly put trust into the system. We also want to keep human in the loop to guarantee the accountability of the system. So I want to conclude this whole tech talk with a question. Do you think trustworthiness actually conflicts with functional quality? Can we achieve the best performing software while guarantee all trustworthiness characteristics are met fully? If you think about it, the answer is probably no. I'll give a very extreme scenario where we can have the safest system in the world by refusing to answer any question from the user. You will achieve the best safety and security with zero functional quality. In that case, it's not really a useful system. So a lot of times when you're building this kind of foundation model systems, FMware or AIware, what you're doing is you're balancing between functional correctness versus a bunch of trustworthiness aspects. It will always be a balance you have to do for next generation of software and next generation of software engineers. So that will conclude my talk. Congratulations. We've just successfully built a high quality and trustworthy FMware with a bunch of trustworthiness dimensions to consider. With this kind of system being adopted in industry more and more, this will be a critical part that the future of software engineers would have to understand and master. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Huawei, again, for being such a wonderful sponsor. So now, JetBrains, ICPC Global Sponsor Programming Tools, is a global software company that creates professional software development tools and advanced collaboration solutions trusted by more than 15 million users worldwide. Please join me in welcome Mr. Wout Werkman, developer in Kotlin tooling from JetBrains.
Okay. Yes. Ah, Latin America. Man, I've been so excited. I've been so excited to be here. I can't believe I'm finally here, standing in front of you guys. I've been meeting a lot of you guys at previous World Finals, and I have been begging to be here for a while. I've been loving the Latin American finalists. So thank you guys for having me. Chile is awesome. I really hope I'll get to see more of Latin America. Anyways, who am I? I'm Wout Werkman, indeed. And more importantly, we are JetBrains. And I will talk also about what we can mean to you. And then we're going to do something that is a bit, I'm really, really excited for this. And I really, really hope we can make this work. I'm going to get technical and show you guys how someone like me actually solves problems. Because you guys might know, like, you guys are people, you guys can just take a lot of complexity, take all of that context, put that in your head, and just solve problems, you know? But I don't have that. I'm a smooth brain, you know? Like, when you give me problems like that, I just go doo-doo. And that's why I'm going to show you guys, like, how people like me still solve problems of certain complexity. I hope to be able to get into that, but it's actually, originally was a 90-minute lecture that I gave at one of our training camps for ICPC finalists. And I condensed it a 30-minute lecture, and now I'm going to condense it in like 10 minutes, so we'll see, we'll see. Anyways, you guys love solving hard problems. Out here at Latin American finals, of course, but also out in the industry. And I've seen you guys, I mean ICPC people, I've seen you guys solve problems. We have a lot of ICPC finalists, we have ICP champions in JetBrains. I work on the Kotlin team, we have some champions there, and the kind of stuff, like it's not even, we don't only solve algorithmic problems, of course, but there's a lot of things that you need to comprehend, you need to know when you're working on languages and designing problems, and when there's like type inference issues and you have to decide, should we consider this correct or this? You know, the amount of complexity, I cannot fathom that at all. And we have these smart people like you guys solving real problems, and that is really cool to me. And in JetBrains, we love that too. We've been for a long time deeply integrated in the ICPC community. We love software developers, and we love making tools. So that is us, and you will probably know us from at least some of these. Who knows none of these? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, that's nice. Yes, we have a bunch of tools. These IDEs are our flagships. We're very proud of these. And namely, these three, you will most likely have seen at the, on the contestant machines. They're available to you. And actually, 1 in 3 people, it's already been spoiled by my colleague, so sorry, I'm going to repeat it again. 1 in 3 people actually used the IDEs at the Baku finals. And I don't know what I'm talking about the Baku finals. I'm not sure. Probably, maybe everyone has seen the video already, but I just want to show you guys. Have you guys seen the video of the last, I mean, it was not the last solve, but when the St. Petersburg University sent in the submission 2 minutes before the final, the end? Yeah, I see some nods. Did people see it? Okay, I'll just. I have it prepared. Some people don't. It was just such a moment. And let's see. Is the music? Does it work here? It does not. No, okay. Well, I'll talk over it, saying like, the World Finals ends in 10, 9, 8, whatever. And it was. Oh, there was a moment. They submitted here, and just before the finals, I mean, they had the submission, and just when they realized, just when it was over, they realized that their submission had passed, which had gotten them to be the champions. It was such a moment, and imagine just being there, right? Like, this must have been such an ecstatic moment. This was great, and also, actually, for us, it was also kind of cool because, you see that? That's a sea lion. I'm just saying. Yes, it was a great moment. I hope that a lot of you guys will be experiencing some of this, the thrill, some of the excitement, maybe some of Sea Lion, you know. We do a lot of educational things. I'll try to race over it a little bit. We're tight on time, and I really want to talk tech. But we have free stuff for you. All our IDEs are free for students. We have actually, for anyone here, also for you, sponsors, by the way, we have cool QR codes or codes that you can use, and you can get our tools for free for like 6 months, and it includes some AI quota, whatever. Cool stuff. If you're curious, come to our booth. Then we have a bunch of tools for learning in general. And I'm just gonna hijack the whole topic. I'm supposed to talk about JetBrains things, but I'm just gonna talk about my favorite topic, Kotlin. That's the team where I work. It's a programming language. I'm very proud of it. I'm a language design geek. I love languages, modern programming languages. And Kotlin happens to be my favorite. There's maybe some, sounds a bit biased, I know that's fair. But you have to trust me that I loved Kotlin even before I joined JetBrains. They were the reason I joined JetBrains, not the other way around, you know. Anyway, Kotlin is everywhere. It moves the world. It's in your cars, it's in metro systems, it's in aerospace software, it's in finance, movies, a McDonald's app, which I just heard 2 days ago someone tell me that the McDonald's app is bad. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure if we should brag with that. But it's everywhere, millions of users, and it's very exciting for me. I am going to talk about, yes, thank you. That's very smart. And this is just a shameless plug of me, because I had noticed something. Like, when I work, I give a lot of lectures in Kotlin, and I work quite closely. Ooh, I closed. Uh-oh, I had it ready. Oh, wait, I am an ARC, I'm silly. Yes, so you see this? This is the universities that are teaching Kotlin. And like we have a lot of big players in the US, in Europe a lot, but it's very little in Latin America. I'm curious, like, I don't tell you, like, go teach Kotlin. No, that's not where I'm going. Come to me and let me know why you're not teaching Kotlin. Like, is there real issues? I'm genuinely curious. I would love to know your ideas. So if you're decision makers or anything and you know why this is the case, please let me know. Okay, anyways, shameless plug. Now, let's get to the technical part. This is my favorite part, and for that, I am going to switch to my comfort zone. The IDE, yes. So, how many minutes I was supposed to try? Okay, I'll say, I think, yeah, it's about 10 more minutes at the max. Okay, so, what I did is, does this work? I'll just switch to this then. Okay. I'm heard, right? Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to solve a problem with you guys. And I have simplified these problems a couple times over, from the 90-minute to 30-minute lecture to like the 10-minute lecture. So there's not a lot of interesting left. And it kind of became goofy. And it's kind of like, I call it toilet trouble, this problem. And you guys are in trouble, you know. One of y'all, the main character in this story, has to go to the toilet bad. And you're in some crowd of people. And you have to run down. All you know. You ask someone, baño? Yes? Oh, sorry, I should have prepped that better. But you ask them, they say that away, and you run that away, right? So that's the situation. And it's really like advent of code kind of stuff. Who here has done advent of code? Most people, right? Yes. It's very advent of code style in I don't know, you'll see. And what the situation is while you're running down in this two-dimensional grid, and here this is, oh, sorry, wait. This is way too small. Who am I kidding? Let me zoom in. Readable? Yes, in the back? So? Good. Okay, thank you. So this is you, this is the crowd, and these are walls, right? So you are going to run down, and every time you hit a wall, oh, this is now not formatted well. Well, I'll use these then. If you hit a wall, what's going to happen is first you're going to try to move diagonally right, you're going to try to move diagonally left. If neither of those are available, you get stuck, right? And we want to know, are you going to get stuck? So that's quite a simple problem so far. Now where it gets slightly more interesting is when you meet your friends, your amigos, right? What happens? What happens when, imagine you're in a crowd and you see a friend run past, right? And you see he's in desperate need. What do? You help, right? And I mean, especially, I know that friendship is something extra special in Latin America. You don't just help. Here, you become a brotherhood. You become a union. You unite. You all become you. What does that mean? Now, as soon as I have an example here where, wait, if I just turn this off. Yes. If you meet a group of friends, the next step is now all of those turn you, right? So that is the problem. You're just trying to run down, you merge with friends on the way, and the question is, are we going to reach our goal? Are we going to get to the G's at the bottom, which are the goals, by the way? So, yeah, yada yada, whoever. Okay, I'm just going to quickly run through this sample case. Very professionally set up. There's definitely not just one case that are hard-coded, no. Here what you can see is first frame, we move diagonally. Next frame, we've merged with our friends. We become the brotherhood. We all are you now. We move down, move diagonally again instead of merging with a friend. Then we meet this other friend. We become all you, we all run down together, and we reach our goal. So in this case, the result is true. That is the problem, and I will probably not have time to run through it. But what I'm going to try to show to you guys is, this is not really a complex problem. I'm sorry, limited time. But I'm going to show you guys how someone approaches this problem when you cannot comprehend the problem. You guys would probably say like easy peasy lemon squeeze, it's one big C++ function, hell yeah, right? I cannot do that. You know, my brain cannot comprehend, take all of that context and put all of that in one big function. I split it up, right? And here I'm going to teach from, or learn from my favorite topic, which is functional programming. There's so much wisdom in there. So I'm going to explain to you guys today what monads are. No, I'm kidding. No. I'm going to show you guys just two core concepts of functions, functional programming, which you're actually quite used to from C, which is structs and functions. That is all you need. I love that in functional programming, effectively the same. So what do I start with? With my structs, which, oh, by the way, this funky language you see, yes, it's a biased opinion, I'm sorry. It just is the way that is the language in which I am most capable of expressing my logic, but it should be rather clear for most people. How did it guess that? Ah, okay, makes sense because, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state class which represents the state of the program, where I have the walls, I have you, I have the friends, and I'm not, I forgot actually. For that, because we're using a two-dimensional grid, we have a lot of points. And now we get to, perfect, we get to something that I like to do. if I see, we have like some local models that are relatively dumb, right? They're relatively small. If they can complete your code, that I think like you probably did a good job at simplifying the problem, right? So you see me do that a lot. I try to cut it down, and if AI can do it for me, like these simple AI models, then I consider it nicely simplified the problem. So here's state, and here I'm going to start with walls, which going to be a set of points. I don't want to default it. Sure. Goals, okay. Friends, non-friends, no. I mean, is non-friends an accurate description of you? I don't know. This is the state of where we are. And then what we do is we check the time. And, oh, okay, I need to hurry up a little. Okay, I will probably not have the time to finish this. But, nice, okay, function parse works for me, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to parse this input such that I get a state. Well, that function does not exist, of course, so let's not import it, but create it. And this is going to give us back that state. Now, what is that state? Here I'm going to, I'm just going to cut it down into smaller problems. I could do some crazy analysis and efficiently loop through the thing. I don't care about efficient. It's all small n, whatever. I am just going to say walls equals, that is, yes, let's do it. What should I call it? Yeah, all points where char is. And I'm going to use descriptive functions, function names. So I want all of the points in this input where the char is this. And you're kind of crazy, like, wait, what? That does not exist. That function obviously does not exist on a string. That's true. I would love to talk about what this is, but I'm not here to talk about Kotlin. We have extension functions, and that just means that it's effectively the same as just passing it explicitly as a regular parameter. It's just syntax sugar. It doesn't really matter. Point is, this works, okay? And now I hope that if I just say I'm going to build a set, and in here, if I go lines, dots, come on, help me here, for each indexed, probably. No. For each indexed. This is the Y. Line, perfect. If, come on, help me out here. I was hoping for some more support. Yes, thank you. Okay, that took a second. This is just a function of me looping over all the chars and adding all of those points. And yes, this is not extremely efficient, but who cares for this case? It's just the parsing. U is Y, friends is F. What else do we have? We had, thank you, Brain, for helping me out. Thank you, goals. Yes, goals is G. Perfect. And it's not friend, but friends. Great. Okay. And, oh, I already exceeded time. Wow, I am, oh no. Oh, we're just getting to the interesting stuff. Okay, okay. Well, what we would do is then effectively would create a while loop, iterate, but we're functional, so we use sequences, or which is like a lazy stream, where you start with an initial state, iterate, where you get each next, where you each time get the next state, or null, if that state is null, and this approach is I cut the problem into a smaller problem, right? Each time, what I do is I have a problem, I cut it down into a simpler problem, and I just implement. And I was hoping to show some, but today AI gods were not in my favor. Usually it was a little bit faster to write this. Point being that this approach in general works very well for mushy brain people like me. This function would be just try move dx is no, it's actually dy equals 1. I'm going down, and dx is 0. So I'm going to try move just down. If that doesn't work, I'm going to try move, I'm going to try move to the right. If that doesn't work, I'm going to try move to the left. If that doesn't work, I'm just going to return null. And this way of thinking, of cutting the problem down into smaller problems, works very well. And I would love to show more. If you want to see the rest of this, and for me to go a bit more in detail, please come to the booth. I would love to finish this talk. I'm very, very, very passionate about language design. There's so many cool things happening in here. And if you tell me, I want to see it in Kotlin, I want to see it in Swift or in Rust, or preferably modern languages, I love them, Haskell maybe, please, we can try. But limited time, I want to respect the program, okay? So please come to us. This mental model, I hope you start seeing a little bit how at no point there was a complex problem for me to solve. But time, okay, time. Okay, thank you guys for listening. Hope you learned something.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you, JetBrains. And now, Nubank. Nubank is ICPC Latin America Championship Diamond sponsor. It's one of the world's largest digital financial services platforms, serving 127 million customers in Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. Please join me in welcome the Nubank team.
Hello, folks. So, welcome again to ICPC. I'm happy to talk a little about Nubank. I'm not as charismatic as Volt, but I'll do my best. And yeah, thank you for joining us and listening a little bit about Nubank. So today, the idea is not to tell you a story about a bank. It's more like a story about hypergrowth, about how Nubank scaled from a simple idea to more than 130 million customers across 3 countries, fundamentally changing the financial landscape in Latin America. But to understand this growth, I want you to first understand the magnitude of the problem we set out to solve. So a decade ago, the financial state in Latin America wasn't just inefficient, it was exclusionary. There were more than 210 million people, unbanked people in Latin America. These people were excluded from digital economy, unable to access credit, and they were forced to operate entirely on cash. And this population was seen by legacy institutions as an unprofitable risk, but we saw this as a vast and unaddressed market opportunity, just waiting for the right solution to arrive. And the reason this population was ignored was not a lack of demand, but a systematic failure due to a lack of competition. You see, in Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, for example, the banking industry is an oligopoly. So in Brazil, for example, only 5 banks control up to 85%, at least used to control 85% of all financial assets. And when you have this level of concentration, you don't have any incentive to innovate. And the result of this is very high interest fees, hidden fees, customer experiences that are almost always unpleasant. And with this, an institution could gain massive profits without, by exploiting this complexity. And Nubank was founded specifically to fight this complexity. So since our first day, our mission was to fight complexity, to empower people. Our idea is that if we could use technology to remove branches, remove paperwork, bureaucracy, hidden fees, we could reduce them dramatically the cost to serve clients, and passing those savings to our customers would generate a massive fanatical user base that our competitors wouldn't be able to compete with. And all of this that I talked about here seemed at the time very radical and weird, but this was actually a highly proven strategy, because we didn't invent this idea. We just applied it to the banking system. If you think about it, Netflix here, they just digitalized entertainment to bypass Blockbuster. So people used to go to Blockbusters and rent movies, but now Netflix is here. And Uber, for example, used mobile data to bypass taxis. And we have many other examples here. And in the same way, we just realized that banking is just data processing. So there's no real reason a bank would need a physical branch to continue existing. And this led us to a specific and aggressive hypothesis when Nubank was being founded, which is that technology companies have many structural advantages, such as agility, data usage, near zero marginal costs, which allow us to capture some market share from competitors independently of the industry, independently of the region. We bet that a company built like a Silicon Valley engineering company could outmaneuver a century-old bank, for example. So to test this hypothesis, we needed a stress test environment, and we chose Brazil. Why did we choose Brazil? It was not because of the size, it was because of the friction. Brazil had some of the most profitable banks in the world, and they charged exorbitant fees, and this led to a high barrier, high reward environment. And so we knew that if our business model could survive in Brazil, which is a surprisingly complex regulatory and economic context, we could survive anywhere. So we started in Brazil, and I'll ask her help to continue.
Thank you. So, picture this scenario. In Brazil and in other countries, if you needed to do anything in a bank, you would have to go through security. You couldn't have anything metal in your body, so you would have to leave your keys, your cell phone, and coins, and your wallet, and etc. in like a box, pass through security, and then take it all back. It was really bureaucratic and inefficient, and then when you enter the bank, you would have to wait in a line that could be 30, 40 minutes long just to solve a problem that could be solved within your cell phone in like 3 or 4 clicks. So it was not ideal. So this was our goal to solve since day one. And we started small. So back in 2014, we had 0 customers, and our primary goal was not to build a bank in a day, but to build a credit card that was fully automated with your cell phone. So everyone had a smartphone, and you could download our app and do all the things you needed within it. So we tried to build our best credit card product to build the customer's trust. And that paid off, because in 2018, we hit over 6 million customers, and we started expanding our work model, because we built a strong and, well, stable structure that could be easily built into a savings account. So we started expanding our ecosystem, and it truly exploded back in 2025. We have over 130 million customers across Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. And we have savings account, investing, spending, borrowing, protecting. We even have a cell phone that you can use like a cell phone carrier, Nucell, and you can do it all with our app. And that's really amazing. So the beauty of this system is that we invested so much in technology and infrastructure that it was easily scalable across other Latin America countries. So Nu launched the credit card in 6 or 7 years later after launching the product in Brazil. So we launched it in Mexico in 2020 and Colombia in 2021. And the growth curve was like nothing compared to early Brazil days. It was so fast and so easier because we had prepared infrastructure for it. And the main goal of this bank is not to steal customers from other banks. It's to give the opportunity for people that have no credit history to start having one, to have a financial history. And we do that with machine learning models and data proprietary. So half of our customers had no history, and they gained access to it between 2022 and 2023. In fact, over 130 million customers is just the beginning. We still think Nubank we are in day one because we want to hit so much more, we want to do so much more. And if you account to it, we have 53% of the Brazilian population, but we have only 1.5% of the world's population. So it's just the beginning, and we are still at day one.
Hello. So I have this difficult job to answer this question. How do we do that? And it's really hard because we are more than 10,000 Nubankers right now. 50 nationalities, more than 50. So each team do things completely different. And I was thinking about how can I say how in Nubank we do our activities. So I decided to show to you. First, I decided to show code, but I discovered that in some document that I cannot do that, unfortunately. I'd like to code a task like JetBrains did, but I'll try my best here, especially with my code forces English, but we'll do that, okay? So I will show to you what one day of Nubank looks like, and next 1 month, 1 year, and 2 years, that me right now. So, and it's hard to bring the attention to me because I used to be a competitor just like you. And I know that there's a lot of people saying here a lot of things. So I tried a really efficient way to bring the attention. That is using a big hydraulic press, smashing some things. And other TikTok videos that I will bring here to put some dopamine in your minds, okay? And we will do that. No. You didn't see. But it's the best part, okay? Let's go. So in one day of Nubank, you'll find out that Nubank is a huge company. 10,000 of Nubankers right now. So my first company was a game company, and then I went to Nubank. So the difference is huge. And we have a lot of things that you can participate because of this amount of people. And the first impression, it was that, whoa, there is a lot of Slack channels here. A Vim Slack channel. Vim. Emacs Slack channel. Woo, Emacs. Spoiler, I changed it to Emacs later. I needed to. But I had to do a lot of trainings too in my first day. And 2 months after that, I was still doing some trainings. So, and some goals in the first day was set up my computer and start to learn Clojure, a really awesome language. Another question, what I'm supposed to do as a software engineer? I didn't know what is a software engineer. I just want to code everything that I could, but this was some question that I had in my first day. And is it possible to use Vim to code in Clojure? So yes, this is possible, and there are amazing people in Nubank that make this possible. So the first day is that, just trainings, and after 1 month, oh, a TikTok video, right? A soap being sculpted right now. Really satisfying, right? Look. Dopamine, dopamine. Let's go, let's go. First month, I discovered that I can read code. Yeah, I can read. I study a lot for that. But there's something beyond that. I discovered that there's something called microservices. It's a tiny program that communicates with another tiny program that communicates with another one, and there is 10,000 of that. And I started to think, whoa, maybe code is not my problem right now. I need to know other things, but what? So my goals in 1 month of Nubank is how the microservices communicate and why. Why there is 2 microservices instead of just 1? It's hard. It's a hard question. I bought some books, but it's harder. It's hard today for me after 2 years of Nubank. I learned something called Datomic too. It's a database that is like the Clojure's best friend. So I started to learn that too in the trainings that Nubank offers. And the question was still there. What I'm supposed to do as a software engineer? After 1 month, I didn't know. I didn't take any task in 1 month of Nubank, just training a lot, learning, and let's go. So the next step is 1 year of Nubank. And to bring everyone's attention, I have this cat. Yeah, cats and dogs, and drawings. This is a good one. I like that. So let's go, let's go. 1 year of Nubank, I started to feature leading some projects. So my first one, me and another engineer start to refactor a flow, 3 microservices. And it was hard to work with another person because I needed to refine some tasks and discovered another one and explain what I was doing, write documentation. So it was hard. But I tried my best, and my manager said I was good at that. But I really wanted to be more efficient. So after 1 year of Nubank, also we will have the performance cycle. So Nubank will guide you and create some tasks that you can do to achieve the next level. So I'm a IC4 software engineer. I want to be a IC5. So I have a plan for me that will bring me there. And my goals were how to build well-designed microservices. First one, it's really hard to do that. And now I know what a software engineer does, but how can I get better at it? It's a difficult task too. And after 1 year of Nubank, I start to think, whoa, I like my team, I like all the people on my team, but Nubank is huge. How the other teams work? And I started to look for work in other team. just for curiosity. And also Nubank provides this option for you. It's not a bad thing. The lateral transfer, it's a thing that happens every day in Nubank, and a lot of people do that. So you can enter in a first team when you enter at Nubank, and if you didn't like, or if you want to know another kind of problem, or work with a friend, you can change to another team. This is really good. And then, after 1 year, I started to look for that. And now, the 2 years, I will talk about my last week. So, in Nubank, the previous week, not my last week at Nubank. And a classical one, TikTok video. A Subway Surfers one. A lot of coins and swipes. Okay, let's go. I prefer the first one. The hydraulic press, it's really good. Smashing all the things. So, nothing changed a lot about my mission as a software engineer, but I was feature leading another project. And the good thing that I changed a bit between teams, and it not affected my performance cycle. Because when you change to another team, you have to ramp up again. So I was doing a lot of tasks in my previous team. When I changed it, decreased it a lot. So I started to learn every flow again, everything to bring me in a good level again. So, but even with that, my performance cycle in the last year was not affected. My manager took that in consideration. And I heard about the bank's values, but to be honest, I didn't memorize enough then until the 2 years or last year. Because now I know why a company has the values. And maybe your group for a CPC in your university should have some values too. Why? This is the Nubank's values. So we want our customers to love us phonetically. We are hungry and challenge the status quo. We think and act like owners, not renters. We build strong and diverse teams. Let me see. Okay. We pursue smart, efficient. So this is some of our values, all the values actually. And why they exist? It's because this protects you to follow the company mission without asking anyone permissions to do something. For example, I was doing my task, and I start to think, well, in Nubank there is not a good way to search real-time, the databases in real time in microservices. There was, but the flow in microservices go to a lot of ways. So I would like an easier way to create queries for that. So between some meetings, there was some meetings that I just podcasted and vibe coded this thing because I like it too. So this is a side project that I did that makes it easier to create some queries in real time. And I didn't ask anyone to do that. I just did it and present to my manager. And he likes a lot. He liked it a lot. And why I'm saying that? It's because when you enter in a company, this is the message that I would like to pass here. You didn't, sorry. Let me see how to say that. You can ask questions to other people, but there are a lot of things that you can just do. And then you show. First do the things, and next you show. Following the values of the company. Like this one, I try to follow we act like owners, not renters, and we pursue smart efficient, like, because this is smart efficient. The time that was consumed doing queries, it was so long, and I like a lot this project. And that now my goal is to improve my communication. It's not my, I talk a lot in Portuguese, so it's not the language the problem. It's how you say the things. How you can say something or not, and I see in my lead software engineer this skill. He knows exactly what to say in every situation. It's incredible. And the documentation skill, because when you started to work with a lot of people, documentation is necessary, and to make everyone aligned with a project. So this is my current goals. Unfortunately, I don't have any other TikTok video here to show you, but this is my day-to-day, an overview. And for who is interested, we have these forms, more than 200 opportunities you can fill. And today, in the Nubank stand, we have a challenge, another one, 8 hours, 8 p.m.? 8 p.m., okay. So I'm really excited for that. Let me see. It's done. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for attention, and see you.
Thank you, Nubank. And now, Agenda Pro, an ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor, is the leading management software platform in Latin America for beauty salons and aesthetic clinics. Its technology enables thousands of businesses to manage appointments, payments, and operations efficiently through scalable and reliable digital solutions. Please join me in welcoming Andrés Viveros, backend developer from Agenda Pro.
Hi. Do you listen? Hi, everyone. My name is Andrés Viveros. It's a pleasure to be here in Santiago. It's a pleasure also to be here in the ICPC. And I'm a software developer at Agenda Pro, and today I want to tell you an engineering story. This is a story of how a simple problem that, well, as I want a haircut for today at 5 p.m., make us to think in a different way in we were building our apps. Okay. I want to give you a little context of what is Agenda Pro. Agenda Pro is a software for business services, businesses as barbershops, haircut salons, medical centers, and spas, any kind of business in what you book an appointment, okay? Agenda Pro has over 18,000 business across all Latin America, and we have a platform where end users can book in their appointments and being 24/7 online. But Agenda Pro was evolving, and we need to change the business. So we need to make a marketplace with all the businesses or companies that we have as a clients, okay? And so, before when we had a simple business, end users know their favorite barbershops, know their sites, and simple go to those sites, find the service they want to appoint, and make the booking, okay? Yes, but when we have to evolve to a marketplace, we have to think how this process could be carried to with thousands of locations, because when one simple business, you evaluate one simple service, a few providers, and you calculate the availability of the services in this business, okay? In a marketplace, this works in a different way. Why? Because when you try to find a service like a haircut or, I don't know, a massage, you have to find the place that offers that service. You have to evaluate all the providers that offer that service, considering also the location schedule, the provider schedule, if the providers have a reservation at that time that you want, or even is there a resource to perform that service that you want to do, for instance, a room or a share, something like that. So in marketplace, when a user coming to the platform and see that the search don't perform instantly, the user can go. So we have a very important problem here that we have to resolve, and the way we perform the availability for a service is not wasn't able to be developed in the new marketplace, okay? Well, in our business logic, we have many conditions to search the availability of a service. First, how I said before, the provider schedule. We have to check if the provider has an available hour in the time slot where the user is searching. Also, we have to check the location schedule. We have to verify if there is an already booked before. Also, we have another conditions like resources, as I said before. Also conditions like, I don't know, other 7 conditions, like bundles, I think. And I want to talk about this because all the conditions that we have for an appointment in a single location is different when you try to perform this search with 21,000 locations. Okay. For instance, for one single site, the response time is about or is around 500 milliseconds, performing just 3 HTTP requests. It is viable for one simple location, but not for a marketplace in which we have 21,000 locations, okay? So, if we want to perform this way to search hours for one location do the same for all the locations in our marketplace, it was impossible to perform a good search. So no matters how faster we can do this request, it wasn't able to reach the result that we want. So it was not a perform problem. We have to change the way we build this search. And the solution was that our system should keep an updated index of the availability of each provider. Okay? And in this sense, a user can search, for instance, I want a haircut for today at 5 p.m. And part of the search is identify the service that the user can be performed, and the other part is see the availability of that hour that the user wants. So we decide to pre-compute this availability for all the providers that we have in all the locations. So the search will perform and the results will return instantly. Is this how we develop the marketplace search engine? This application is decoupled of the main core of the Agenda Pro. Agenda Pro, the main core is in which users can book, companies can set their schedules, create their services, their providers, etc. Okay, our architecture, we to pre-calculate this index, we use an event-driven architecture. So when some change in the main core, our marketplace receives this change, update our indexes of availabilities, and was prepared to respond to searches of end users. So now we were able to search availabilities in, for instance, for a search for a haircut today at 5 p.m. We can retrieve 47 results in 150 milliseconds. Okay, so we at this point we have pre-computation of availabilities. We also develop a binary representation of these availabilities per day, and we have an independent system decoupled of the main core. This allows it to scale without affecting the main system. Okay. I wanted to explain a little bit about how we model in the time in binary. At this point, I have mentioned before a location schedule, provider schedule, and other things. Suppose that we divide the day or the hours of the day in little intervals of 5 minutes. With these intervals, we associate 1 bit to this interval. So all the day is completed with 288 bits. Yes. So just I have the full day here. 24 hours, 60 minutes divided by 5 minutes. It's equal to 288 intervals. So each interval we assign 1 if there if it's available, or 0 if it's unavailable. And also we have services with a set duration. For example, as 60-minute services is represented by 12 bits available or on bits. So our search. Moment, please. Okay, when we're building the availability, we transform the location schedule, the provider schedule, the booking breaks, and the booking and the breaks of the providers in this binary representation to perform operation with bitwise and not to retrieve and change of these intervals that represents the availability of a provider. So our formula for building the availability is, as we can see this, the location and provider or special schedules and not breaks and not bookings. And when a booking is created, the schedule change, so we receive this event and recalculate the availability for that day for that provider and not recalculate all the index. Yeah? And the results are stored in a single row for each provider. And if this availability of this provider, we can search where a service can be attended by a single provider. So when we need to find if a service fit in availability, we perform this query in Postgres using the native function position. So the representation of service is stored in this field called time pattern duration. The bit representation of all of the day of the provider is stored in this field availability pattern. And we set a min position and max position data or inputs in which we can filter the hour of the day in which user want to book their appointment. So, but basically, we search this pattern of the service in all the availability pattern of the provider. Yeah, and if we see the example that I have before, a location with AM to 8 to 20, provider schedule from 9 to 18, 2 bookings from 1 hour on at 10 o'clock and 14 o'clock, and a break at 13 o'clock. And this results in this availability pattern that we searched before, that chain of zeros and ones. And we search this pattern in this pattern of the provider. We find that it matched 3 times at 9 o'clock, at 11 o'clock, and the last one. Another thing is that position only returns the index of this match, but for us, for us was enough because we only know in what day this availability serve for the user. We also perform a test to compare two different approach. One storing the availability as blocks and the availability in binary. The results show that with 100,000 locations, binary approach was almost 40% faster than a block-based approach. That is the approach that the most of companies in the world use to store the availabilities. And I want to show you some of the results. For instance, search time goes down from 300 milliseconds to 180 milliseconds. Yes, I want to talk about some differences of how other companies do. The main difference is that, or the standard of the companies is that using Redis or a system more complicated for perform this search. And we in Agenda Pro only use a simple endpoint, Postgres and Kafka or Karafka to sync events. Okay, so when we have one location, we have 700 milliseconds per location, and now we can achieve almost 3,000 that milliseconds. And evaluating all 21,000 locations in one single search. These results are combined with another part of the search that is understanding the user query, understanding the intention of what user want to search. For instance, if he has to, the user want to find a massage, we can show him a barbershop or a spa. And with this project, we learn some lessons. Not everything is solved by optimizing. We have to rethink the way we build this application or the form with search availabilities. Pre-compute is better than calculate on demand. Decouplate to scale, and we are able to scale independently of the main core. And think many times the problem allow us to check a good solution. Not everything that works in a small scale works very well at great scale. And measure before you decide, because the experiments allow us to check our theory was right. If you want to, so.
Well, we have this binary search working in the app right now. It's only available in Chile right now, but we are launching in LATAM next month. So you can find your next haircut in your city with Agenda Pro. And yeah, thank you. And we'll be at the hotel and tomorrow and Saturday in the contest. And as I said before, if you want to talk about any challenges we're facing or what you're facing, or you want to talk about entrepreneurship or small businesses, I enjoy every talk. So, and Andres too, and be glad to talk to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Agenda Pro. And now Canals. Canals is ICPC Latin America Championship Gold sponsor. It's a profitable remote-first startup building products for the industrial supply chain. They are disrupting the $10 trillion construction industry by automating manual process with AI. Please join me in welcoming Adam and Osman from Canals.
What's going on, Santiago? Wake up! Say hello to me. Come on, let me feel it. You in the back, put your phone down. How you doing? What's going on, everybody? It's so good to be here. I traveled from New York City to be here, Brooklyn specifically. I had to wear shorts because it's the dead of winter where I am. Amazing weather, amazing vibe. It is awesome to be here. We're honored. Thank you so much. I'm representing Canals. I am one of the non-engineers speaking today. I am the head of recruiting. So while I don't write code, I'm responsible for hiring everybody who builds our product. Today, we are not actually giving you a tech talk. It's a little bit of a different situation. What I do is I tell our story all day, every day, to engineers looking for a big challenge, looking to do something cool. And so instead of trying to do that with each of you individually through this event, I'm going to tell you that story right now. So Canals is a 3-year-old startup. As mentioned, we are profitable. Actually profitable since the first year of doing business. That is significant because it takes most companies many years, many tries and failures, and fundraising in order to find product market fit. We found that early on. Product market fit means we've found a space with a significant problem and built a solution that they're actually willing to spend a lot of money on. Isn't that what every startup wants? Specifically, we are building products for the industrial supply chain. When I say industrial supply chain, I'm talking about the materials involved in construction projects. Everything from the pipes that carry water and gas to the wires through which electricity travels. There are 3 primary stakeholders in the industry. At the bottom of the supply chain, you have construction firms. They could be building anything from a data center for Amazon to a bridge. And they source materials from distributors, wholesale distributors of plumbing equipment, electrical equipment, roofing, air conditioning, whatever. And then above them in the supply chain are the manufacturers of that equipment. Some are based in the United States, but obviously a lot are worldwide. And as you correctly said, it's a $10 trillion space in the US. But worldwide, this is a $50 trillion industry. So we have a huge addressable market. So our vision is to build the pipes, the plumbing of wholesale distribution, to be the place where all of the back office processes and interactions happen between the stakeholders in the industry, the place where all money moves. So let's talk about some things that our users do today that are painful. There are tons of manual back office processes that have to happen where human beings are doing combinations of interpretive tasks followed by data entry. So imagine you're like a plumbing distributor. All you do is sell pipes and plumbing equipment. And you come into work every day and you're checking some email inbox and one construction company emails you a typed list of 100 things they need. And now your job is finding each of those products in your catalog of millions and millions of products and then entering that order for that specific item into your ERP system. While you're doing that, while you're struggling to find the right product match, another order comes in. But this time it's just a raw construction schematic. It's a 300-page PDF that includes the actual diagrams of how we're going to build this building. And you're an electrical distributor. All you sell are electrical components, but this includes every part that's going to be used in the entire building. So now this human being has to go through this complex, lengthy document and accurately extract only the relevant items. Then they have to go actually make the match in their own system and enter data. So you have a user whose job is to sell materials to these construction firms and to be very relationship-oriented, and they're trapped in an endless cycle of data entry and repetitive labor. And you know they're trying to do it fast. You know they want to do it right. But you can't do both of those things at the same time. So occasionally what happens? They make a mistake. They incorrectly identify the product being requested. Or they make an error on data entry. When that happens, the wrong parts get delivered to the construction site. The laborers show up to build and realize, they sent us the wrong plumbing parts. What are we supposed to do? We can't build anything today. And the parts get returned. So you've got one workflow with a knock-on effect. Painful for the user, painful for the distributor, painful for the construction company whose plans are delayed. So what Canals does is build AI products to automate these processes. For example, for that distributor receiving all of these orders all day, every day, we're using AI to do automated parsing of these parts being requested, matching to items in the catalog, and then completely closing the loop by pushing data into the customer's own systems via an integration. So with that first product, we've been able to amass over 100 customers in the distribution space with almost 10,000 users doing their jobs every day, 9 to 5, through our product. And we've generated a lot of love. When we went to raise funding, which we did earlier this year, by the way, at a valuation of $300 million, we gave our entire book of business to the venture capital firm and said, reach out to any of them, see what they think of us. None of our customers rated our product or our service below 90%. So we're working on something that's useful, that customers like using. They think we're their friend, that we understand their needs, and that we do a good job of building the right thing quickly. And so as we've worked with them, we've learned a lot more about their needs and built more products. And that's why we need all of you. We're getting into the next big stage of development and looking for, I would say this year, we can hire 15 juniors. Although some of you, I think, maybe wouldn't classify as that with all the experience you're going to graduate university with. So I joined last August. We were a 40-person startup at the time. Again, profitable, but fully bootstrapped, meaning we had never raised any venture capital, and yet we were growing rapidly and hiring people without burning money, you know? After I joined, let's say I joined about 25 engineers, employee 40, and in the 6 months I've been with the company, we've doubled to 80 and 50 engineers. We've grown from 8 million in annual recurring revenue to 15 million in annual recurring revenue. So it's an organization doing this. I joined last year very excited about a company that had product market fit with a culture of ownership and agency that seemed very challenging and rewarding, looking for a place where I could accomplish a lot in a short period of time. And the role has not disappointed. When I came in and started recruiting, an interesting thing happened. How did I end up at ICPC here sponsoring this event? Well, my colleague Osman, to my left, is, of course, a former competitor and coach. And as I began recruiting people in Latin America, specifically Colombia, I started noticing candidates tell me that they knew of people on our team. Someone specifically said, I can't believe Osman works on your team. He was a great coach. His team beat my team every year. Anybody would have been happy to have their coach. I found out we had a famous engineer on the team. And I started looking more into ICPC, and I thought, this is not at all the kind of thing I would have done during college. I didn't know what I wanted to do or who I wanted to be. But as I've learned more about this, I think what's so impressive is that all of you here who are choosing to spend your time doing this, you're taking extreme ownership over your career. You're striving to be great. You're taking on hard problems, running at them quickly, knowing that the growth is the reward. And I believe that's a very great reflection of our culture at Canals, and that's why I think everyone here, I want to meet each of you individually. Please find me at the booth so that I can learn about you and tell you more about us. But before I kind of tell you more about how awesome we are, I'd like to hear a little bit from Osman about your history with ICPC, what it's meant for you in your life, and what you're doing at Canals. Welcome, Osman. Another round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Adam, for that. So yeah, I want to tell you a little about my history. So as you know, I went to 2 World Finals. I spent 5 years trying to go to the World Finals. I actually spent more time in the university. I graduated after 7 years, not 5 years, that is the usual. But I think it totally worth it because what I learned here and what I enjoyed was amazing. And after joining Canals, I was like kind of bored, like because the work was very easy, I would say, and it's like, okay, it's always the same. But when I joined Canals, it was different because the CTO and the CEO are people that really want to do something great, and they challenge me, like, okay, you are good, but you can be better. You can be better. And they value or something that is very important in Canals is the ownership. So I started to work on that, trying to, okay, how can I use all my skills that I learned in competitive programming to make the company to be better. And I want to tell you a story of a problem that I faced after 6 months or something like that. And we had a matching algorithm that wasn't working very well. So we were receiving many concerns from our customers, like, okay, this is making some mistakes, this is not working very well. And the CTO told me, okay, this is the problem that you need to solve. So go ahead. And I say, okay, it's a matching problem. I mean, I solved like 100 matching problems in ICPC, so I think it can be that hard. So I started to look at the issues, like what was happening. And it was a little hard because when you're working in ICPC problems, you have the problem statement, you have the test cases, you have some examples. But when you're working in the real world, you don't have anything. You don't have anything. You just have concerns. And I started to look, okay, what's the user is saying? Okay, this is the expected result. This is what is happening. And I started to think, okay, I know a lot of algorithms, right? So I know DNIC algorithm, I know Garrett algorithm, max flow min cost, whatever. And I say, okay, I can use any of them. But when I started going deeper into the problem, it wasn't that easy because the matching had different relationships. So sometimes it could be a matching one-to-one or one-to-n, and it has different, let's say, like little things that made the problem a little harder. So I said, okay, I need to make a plan. So I know I need test cases, so I started to look at the specific problems that the user were having. I created some database queries to get the data. With that, I created the test cases. But now I need to measure how good is the algorithm right now doing, because I need to know how bad is it. And I started to create some graphs, some plots to get the results. And after digging a while, I thought, okay, I can try these algorithms, but I can also try this other algorithm, which is the greedy algorithm. So I say, okay, this is easier to implement, and I can see how good can it be. So I implemented the greedy algorithm, and it works kind of well, but there were some different problems, especially because the data in the ERP or in the database of our clients were messy. So they had incorrect numbers, incorrect descriptions, incorrect part numbers, like the information was really wrong. So I had to implement something like a semantic matching. So it wasn't anything that I learned in the competitive programming, but it was good for me because I knew the basics. So I started to understand, okay, how can I compare these two texts really fast? And yeah, at the end, I get an algorithm that it was working like it has a matching ratio of 95% or something like that. I still need to improve it, but it was just great because of that, the customers get a lot of confidence in our matching algorithm. And yeah, because of that, now we are growing that product and we have a lot of clients now. So that's one of the history. That's how it's working in Canals, and I really enjoy that.
Thank you, Osman. I'm so lucky to work with smart, passionate people who are constantly trying to grow. I'm 17 years into my career. I've been doing this a long time. You can get bored in a lot less time than that. Canals has been the most challenging and rewarding job I've ever had, because I think I'm getting a lot of what you're going to need in your first position out of university. What do you need to grow? You need a chance to own something, not to be given a clearly written ticket every time where it's obvious what you should do. You need an opportunity to make decisions, right? To own something end to end. And at Canals, that's what everybody does. I don't care if you're right out of school. Maybe the first thing that you're responsible for isn't as big as what someone more experienced would be working on, but you're going to quickly have the opportunity to own something, potentially to talk to a customer, to make architectural and technical decisions, to make sure that we're building the right thing in the right way. Some of you are going to focus your careers more on deeply technical stuff, services, maybe not things that users touch. We have roles like that. We have roles focused on making other engineering teams more efficient, building AI frameworks that make everybody else in the company more productive. And then lastly, we have tons of open positions to just build brand new products that are going to move the needle for our customers, make us revenue, and make great accomplishments on your resume. That's what I think we have to offer. A great opportunity to grow quickly, accomplish a lot, obviously work with world-class senior talent. We have people like Osman, obviously. We have experienced former founders and engineering leaders who've joined Canals in various levels of position who bring tons of expertise. We have a few engineers on the team who've been coding longer than any of you have been alive. I promise you that. So tons of people to learn from, but yet the flexibility and freedom to go try things on your own. And that is actually what is encouraged in our culture. I want to just finish this off by saying we're hiring fully remotely. You don't have to leave where you're from to work for Canals. Anywhere in Latin America is just perfect for us. We hire people in Canada, in the US, and then across Latin America. Today, our biggest talent hubs are Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia. But come on, I need some of you to apply and help me balance that out so that we're equally represented everywhere. And the last thing I want to say is that as a growing startup that's capturing market share and on such an exciting trajectory, I think it's really important to know that we're offering equity. So if you're looking for a place to work hard, build something great, and have skin in the game, it's Canals. Come find me, everyone. I'm really excited to talk to all of you.
Thank you, Canals. And thank you to all our wonderful sponsors for making it happen, yeah? Thank you. A big round of applause for them. We are now approaching to the end of the ceremony and to the lunchtime. That may be important too. And Christian, you have some announcements? No? No, you don't have?
Okay, yes. We are ready. We're ready with the Tech Talks. Hope to have a great time with our sponsors. Thank you, any one of them. And so now we have to go out from the auditorium. We have to go upstairs and in the main entrance, where you will find the font, the ICPC letras. In that place, let's meet over there, and then we'll take the group picture, the official picture. So let's go. Thank you so much for staying here, and see you.
Thank you very much.